G'day, freedom lovers. How are we today? What do you think of the new intro? Thought, might give you guys a little bit more time to sort of settle in. 2 minutes now, you got to lead up, get your beer, get your smokes, get whatever you need, cup of coffee, whatever floats your boat. G'day, Jake. Good to see you were in there nice and early. Hey, 9:50 or 19:53. Nice and early. Trust you've all had a good week. Yes, it has been a very good week. I'd like to actually start by congratulating Brendan and Jess on their wedding. It was a great night out last night. Thanks for inviting me along to witness the joyous occasion. And definitely on behalf of the North Queensland Freedom Network, we wish you the best and a very happy marriage. Look forward to seeing you guys soon. La Kahuna, Dave Graham, put out an apology for his report last week and invited Troy on if he wants to do that. That's interesting. Dave Graham, which one's he again? I'm having a bit of trouble keeping it. Was he current affairs? Or one of the many channels that's just been horrifically constantly ripping into him? Blackboard's going, hurry up. Yes, he is. He's in the background there, ready to tell you to hurry up. He's been telling us all to hurry up because we're behind time yet again. It's one of those things, we've had quite a lot of shit going on. We're trying to set up multiple things from multiple different areas at the moment, and there was a few technical issues. And again, my camera's giving me grief. I don't know. I think it might be time to wipe this R2 unit's fucking mind. It's developing a bad personality. G'day, Jan. How are you? Pam, finally. Sorry. I had to delay it because things were running late. So I'm like, fuck it. We'll just push it back to 8 o'clock. We'll go from there. Look, that's live show business, and, we're on internet. We're not stuck to the TV guide like the old days. We can move around a little bit. We have a little bit of flexibility. So I apologize if you had your plans and you were sitting there at 7 o'clock. Oh, where is he? But I'm here now. That's the important thing. G'day, Susan. Always good to see you here all the way from Scotland. What an amazing character you are to be so dedicated to the Australian news. G'day, Jan again. Hello, everybody. Look at all these comments coming in. Guru is a good guy. Which guru were we talking about in here? G'day, Robin. How are ya? Look at all these wonderful people. Straight in like Flynn. Numbers are creeping in. They're coming in. So, wow. G'day, Chris. How are you, mate? Wow. We've had one hell of a week here in Townsville. Shit's been hitting the fan. The Labor coup has gone into full swing at the moment. The council have definitely, for the most part, pushed Troy right out at the moment. Forced him onto, stress leave, I believe, is the correct term. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you're out there, mate, feel free to drop a comment in or shoot me a text. Hope you're listening and hope you're well, man. The absolute onslaught from the media here has just been absolutely disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Guru is David Graham. Okay, there you go. Cool, thank you. We're ready for the truth. No worries, Marla. We will do our best. And you know what? We've been doing some digging, and boy, have we found some shit for you. Well, I mean, you're going to get up Troy. Fair enough. Look, he misquoted things. He didn't quite represent things the way he intended. Perhaps it was a mismatch of words or whatnot. But there's some other shit going on too, We haven't been able to prove some of the hearsay, If I'd be worried if I were you, Susie, once we do. Whoa. So let's get into it, shall we? I think we might start by saying, g'day to Blackboard, mate. How are you?
Hello, Mark. How are you this evening?
I'm pretty good, my friend. Pretty good. And I think this is a good opportunity for sips.
Oh, yes.
So all you sippers, sipping along. It's
and a lovely warm greeting to all the viewers tonight. Always nice to be able to have a chat and everyone to get their two bob in the ring.
Definitely. So we have an amazing audience here from so many different channels.
Yeah.
I'll have a quick squeeze here. Let's view the live stream. What are we looking at over here on the Rumble numbers? Yeah, the Rumble numbers are in about 63 at the moment, so they're coming along. People are slowly entering the room. I'm just watching this little counter here in StreamYard just go up and up. Plus another 93 over here. So, yeah, they're all moving in. Jam says hello, Blackboard. Jan, he's keen to not see you again, but hear from you nonetheless. So.
Oh, very good, very good. Well, all the better because I hope I've got a good voice.
Wow, we did choose one of Tech Giant's favorite voices. So, can you guess what the voice is? There's the first question for the audience today. Which voice have we given Blackboard? Can you figure it out? So I wish I had some sort of a prize to send you. I'm gonna have to work on my merchandising. We can start. Maybe free t-shirt to the person who could get a Blackboard's voice. Hey, so
yeah. Well, you know what? Just to kick off the show a bit, Mark. As we know, we're all very much unscripted here, and there's been a lot of talk, and I'm not really into all the political stuff and all that, but I have been watching what's been going on from a very, very independent perspective of what is going on, especially with the mayoral things that are happening here in Townsville. Now, everyone's weighing in on it, of course. Everyone's got their 2 bob in there. And I just like my 20 cents worth, if I could. And
for sure, I'll even, give you 50 cents, mate.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I'm going to be here a while then. No, but,
talk's cheap, right?
All right. Now, from what I saw and what I hear and everything, and of course, you hear it from all different streams, of course, through mainstream, a few of the freedom networks and such, which I've seen that Dave Graham, Guru, is coming back in, where he has seen that he may have made a little bit of an exaggeration himself, but to admit that is something of itself, isn't it? But I've often thought, and one thing that I notice, just from my perspective, is I just keep hearing this talk about how Troy was supposed to have been embellishing his career and that, pointing it toward that military service and that. But from my point of view, I don't believe that it's his military service alone. I don't think he'd stand alone and just say that the whole damn thing was about his service there. I think him coming in the communities, because I also watched the interviews that he'd done with you prior to that. And in my own self, I don't know the man, but for someone to kick off with such a good repertoire, maybe an over-exaggeration or whatever. Look, I'm not interested in who's exaggerated. And if anyone from state politics or federal politics want to weigh in on it, well, they got to remember that they're all just a bunch of hypocrites anyway. So if we're taking anything into account of what they're saying, when we all know they're all a bunch of liars and where they came from, and I don't really want to talk about this myself a lot. I don't like to throw my two bob into things. But the only thing I can say, and I'm just going to bring this out, because this is something that's afforded all politicians under international law, because whether we like it or not, since this intervention with Butler and going over there with United Nations and doing what he did with the WHO, allegedly, or whether that's come into legislation yet, we're not too sure, so I'm not going to jump the gun on that one. But international law protects all of these people. And I just want to read you an excerpt from immunity from prosecution under international law. And
do you have a link to that I can maybe bring up so that people can read along with you, mate? Maybe here in the private chat, if you've got someone there on tech support.
Yeah, I could send that straight to your email if you like.
Yep.
And you could take it from there, couldn't you?
Most certainly.
All right, well, I'm going to send that to you now, and hopefully you'll get it.
Just got to quickly log in to said email.
And that'll be North Queensland Freedom Network, wasn't it, Mark?
Yeah, NQ Freedom Network at protonmail.com.
Got it. Got it. Let's put info there, and I'll send it to you right now as we speak. Take it away. Yeah. So I'm really not going to weigh into this, but what I'm saying, after you'd be so kind to read this when it's out, Mark, what I'm saying is these people have certain immunities, especially when they officiate these positions that they're in. So if they've got certain immunities, Troy's got across the line and he's taken the mayorship. Those immunities should be afforded to him as well, because they're all getting away with it. They're all getting away with it. All the inquiries have brought out, that there is a bit of coercion, maybe a bit of collusion here or there, allegedly, through all the agencies. And these are the laws they use to protect themselves, right? So why can't you afford someone for little or big mistake or whatever it is? I'm not interested in that. All I'm worried about is if 2 bobs worth is fair in the jungle. If you people can have these things afforded to you and say what you want and get away with all of these other things, then at least afford it to the other people who take these official positions in the public interest, right?
Yep.
And don't be too hard unless you're going to be hard on yourself. That's all.
Yeah. As you were saying a bit earlier too, let he who was without sin cast the first stone.
Yeah. I'm not one to weigh in on political issues because, well, no one really trusts politics, no matter what. It's only, to me, this is just me though, this is my perspective. You've just got to grab the best of the lot, right? And work with it as the people work with it, but work closely with those people, one thing I do understand from what Troy said, and in the deed and word and action and all that business, he said that he would work with the community, and he did. He kept that, and he was doing that. And look, he never even got the gate never even opened for him to start running to show people that potential yet. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I dare say that they wanted to stop it from happening. And I guess that's one of the first questions people should be really asking, other than why have I left my phone not on silent again? It is. Oh, I just lost the question. Gone blank. The first question everyone should be asking is I've gone blank. Oh man, that totally stopped. You go ahead.
Proof's in the puddings, right? All right. He said something. Words are just words, people, right? I'm not making an account. Look, I make mistakes, you make mistake. He without the first sin, throw the stone. But at least let this fella's actions speak first, and then look, if you're not happy after the 4 years, well, we made him, but he did say, if one thing I'll hold Troy to, he said he has the willingness and the integrity to go to the community and talk to them. If he does not do that, then we could turn around and say, well, another one's hoodwinked us, right?
Yeah.
But at least try and get the potential, and I'm not sitting here being judgmental about everything too. We could take things to the limit. I know it's a lie's a lie, but hey, everyone's lied. I've lied, And it isn't about, and I do believe, sticks and stones will break your bones and names will never hurt you and all that, right? It's the people's actions, not their vices that we're looking at here, right? Maybe there's a vice of exaggeration or thing, but I don't think so. Let the actions of people speak. I mean, we've had these well-rounded politicians, these career politicians at that, been there for years, and you could point a stick at any one of them and say, well, what have you done in the public interest? And not a lot, I'm afraid. Not a lot. So I always believe, and this is just my perspective on things, I always believe people deserve a second chance, you know. They really do. I mean, I hope that one day, you know, I might do something really wrong. I hope I'm afforded a second chance that through my own reasoning, yes, I made a mistake. Can't we move on from our mistakes and do the things that we would like to do, you know?
Mm.
So that's just my perspective. Just, you know, just sitting down thinking about it, trying, but also fair, just to be fair about the whole process. Now look, had this whole city been a military city, 100%, for him to say that, of course, well, he won't be there for long, but Townsville is not just a military city. You know, and just because you've got a garrison here, it doesn't take a fact that it is a city. It's a community, a very big one at that. And this man has said, I will speak to the community, you know? And how can we judge his actions, right? Not the man, judge his actions if he hasn't even had the opportunity to show us his actions.
Yeah,
you know,
he hasn't been afforded that, you know, opportunity, which I think is pretty sad. You know, especially considering, you know, as we've been looking through today, we've seen some pretty crooked shit from a lot of politicians. You know, and you know, we're gonna have a look at that because none of them got berated in the way that Troy did. It's like, okay, fair enough. You know, you uncovered something. And I guess, you know, well, the second question, because I forgot the first one, that I think a lot of people should be asking here in Townsville is how exactly did they know which thread to pull? Somebody sat down and watched that Troy Thompson interview that I did, which is around 2.5 hours, and we did a second one again. So we're looking at around, you know, somewhere in the vicinity of about 5 hours worth of fucking podcast. Somebody sat down and watched all that shit and picked the one thread in 5 hours worth of talking. That's a big question. How did they know that one thing, that military history? How did they know that was the thing to identify? Now, as I understand it, I believe it was the Townsville Magpie that perhaps first broke this question of you know, his military history, and I believe the carrot was under the I've seen something, but I'm not going to produce what it is. I'm not going to show it to you because I can't show it to you. You know, can't reveal our sources. So, who was his source? Who got access to private military records in order to know that there was something wrong? And then, of course, the bulletins followed on, which would suggest that the Magpie and the bulletin still have some kind of a relationship, although, you know, I think the bulletin just pretends he doesn't exist publicly, but the Magpie continuously attacks the bulletin, and and has also been known to attack Jenny Hill and all the other Labor cronies that are here in town. I love the way he describes Scott Stewart. That always cracks me up. I think he refers to him as some kind of a potato or some shit. At least that's the impression I get. He's just a worthless lump of flesh. Is kind of the I'm paraphrasing, of course. I'd have to pull up something to be sure, but how did he know? And what's the relationship here? And and some of the things you see coming out in the media seem to imply again another question: who's leaking information to the bulletin? Who in the council chambers? Is it another councillor? Is it someone on the payroll? We know there's a lot of staff that's employed there. Is it a security guard? Is it a secretary of some sort? Like somebody's leaking information. So there's something really wrong there. Another one of the big questions is why was it Susie Batkovic that came out and made the statement this week? She's not the deputy mayor. Shouldn't the deputy mayor have been running the hang on, something's not right, we need to do something here? But the deputy mayor didn't really make a big statement. And all of a sudden now it seems that, somehow, what's their face? The other one that's lying about Amaru, or at least allegedly lying about the whole Amaru scenario, and we'll have more on that soon. But again, somehow the council has become the chairperson, according to the information, the meetings. What was I opening? I was bringing something up. According to what I've been able to find online, hang on, I've had something here. I'm just going to pull it up because it's relevant. They seem to have gone and changed the rules in order to allow them to do things that were not normally able to be done. So, I'm just trying to find it here. Some amazing research people, sort of bringing things to my attention. Let me have a look. No, that's not it. There's a specific section. Yes. So rule 6.5.1. Now, where did I bookmark that? I was on one of the pages here. All right, so I better finish this one. So they in short, they've changed what 6.5.1, which was the chairperson, which basically stated that it has to be. I need to bring this up. Hang on, I'll come back to that. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I had this and more stuff. Oh, that's right. I saved it as a PDF. I remember now. Sorry. Too many things going on in my head all at once. So much happening in such a short amount of time. So yeah, rule 6.5.1, and they used rule 6.8.8, I believe it was, to change it. Yeah, 6.8.8 to change rule 6.5.1. And I'm just going to bring this up so that people can see, because it's pretty dodgy. And I think everybody should be asking questions about why the hell certain former Team Jenny Hill members, the remnants of the empire of Jenny Hill's reign of terror, so to speak, have taken control of council. They've taken the first opportunity to roll right over the top of the duly elected mayor, regardless of what the newspapers are saying. I've gotten around town and most people seem to actually be, wow, I can't believe this has just happened. So I don't know how hard the reporters work to go and find the 2 or 3 people that they bring up to say, oh, he should be sacked and all that. They must have worked hard, because everybody I've spoken to around town thinks this is as dodgy gets. Most people seem to have the capacity to see that this is a Labor coup, and even Troy has made the accusation that this is a Labor coup, that has moved against him. He claimed that up on his own website, and I'm inclined to believe that statement because of the way things are unfolding. And we've seen Aaron Harper was first to jump straight in, saying he couldn't work with him. So I'm pretty sure he's been working in the background tirelessly to find something to pull him apart. And we know the Labor Party is kind of more like a Borg collective as opposed to a political party. Here it is. It's a local government act. That's not what I wanted. I want that one. No, that's not it either. What? Where did I put it? I could have sworn I saved that. Oh, man. Back to the drawing board. It's in an email. Sorry. I've got to bring this thing up. It's driving me nuts. It's here somewhere. You're gonna find it. 20 friggin' browsers open and shit all over the place. It's oh wow, look at all these emails today. Where the hell was it? Sorry, people. I've just got to sift through. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we're gonna bring this document up. I'm gonna bring it right to the beginning of our little tabs. Okay, back to here. Present. Share screen. Applications. Open. All right. So here we have Townsville City Council Code of Meeting Practice, Local Government Act 2009. We've got a whole bunch of stuff. So what we're referring to here is section 5.1. So conducting of meetings, the chairperson must be the mayor. All right, so that's what used to be here, and currently still is. This is what's currently written on the website. So they haven't adjusted what they've done, or told us how long it's going to be. So in the absence of the mayor, it should be the deputy mayor. So we've got 2 people. They've rode that and chucked in one of the what's her bloody name again? that bloody idiot. What's her? Anne-Marie Greeny. That's right. So Anne-Marie Greeny has now become the chair of the meetings, and they, I can imagine, I actually, Tracy, do you want to step in at this point? You should be able to bring yourself in. I'm pretty sure I gave you the ability to do that because Tracy was actually in the meeting when this happened. So from the things I've heard from obvious reports within there, and a few other people have sent through to me, I've been able to dissect what the hell's happened here. So under section 8.8, when we come down here. We get there eventually. So now this is an interesting one. I can't believe this is a clause. Like, could you imagine something like this being in the Constitution, for instance? It's fucking lunatic. It's lunatic asylum stuff. 6.8.8 to suspend the rule in the code of meeting practice that refer to the relevant code portion. So in this section, it just means to, insert whichever bit you like. So in this case, we're going to insert 6.5.3. 6.5.1, sorry, correction. So we're going to insert 6.5.1. So it would read in that case to suspend the rule in the code of meeting practice, that is 6.5.1, and what's laid out here is a procedural motion to suspend the rule requiring that 6.5.1, that the mayor or the chairperson could be mayor. We're going to make it whatever the hell we like. Now, basically, this may be made by a councillor in order to permit some action that otherwise would be prevented by the procedural rule. A motion to suspend a rule will specify the duration of the suspension. So, I mean, without having exactly what they've done in front of me, because it's not currently on the website that I can find, it may be there and I just haven't had a chance to dig deep enough to find it. But, they've gone and used that rule. Now, fundamentally, as I understand it, somebody's got to bring it up, somebody's got to second it, and then it's got to be voted on to allow it to happen. And as I understand it, they all voted on it, And I have to wonder how many, how this happened behind closed doors. You can only assume that, the Labor cronies of the former remnants of the Jenny Hill Empire got together, and gone, right, what do we do? How do we do this? They've come up with a plan, and then they've gone and bullied everyone else, because we know the bullying happened a lot last term under Jenny Hill, and gag orders were thrown around left, right, and centre for the two councillors who were independent and continuously harassed to the point where either they left or, and in the case of one of them was it Fran O'Callaghan was going to run for mayor, but due to, personal reasons, she was unable to do so, which opened up for Troy to do so, and from what I understand, they were constantly being bullied in there and pushed to, so that Jenny Hill and her cronies could get their way. Now, they don't have that same kind of sway, but they still have enough of them, because now it's 6 versus 4 to take control of the entire thing. While Troy was mayor, he presented a huge roadblock. So they've removed that roadblock. They've removed the problem, their problem, by doing this stuff. Sorry, I got on a huge rant there. Would you like to interject something there, Blackboard?
Well, not really, because as far as I'm concerned, in myself, what I've heard.
Sorry, wrong button. That one.
I'm satisfied what I've heard and what I've seen, and I'm thinking, okay, he's made a mistake, right? Maybe it's an exaggeration, maybe it's a lie. I'm not here to judge anyone. But you got that email I sent you. Could you bring that up on the screen now from the international law?
That's what I was bringing up when I got distracted by this. Okay, sorry. Yep, I did sort that out because I had to do some photoshopping in the background to quickly fix that too. Just because certain file formats come in. So, yeah. I am doing a lot in the background in case people are wondering. This is why half the time I'm like, oh shit, where am I? What's going on? Particularly at the moment, there's just so much happening. I'm just going to sift through this stuff. Open this up. I'm on the wrong section. That's why it won't work. I've got to do this section. Okay, now we should be able to find it. That one. And we'll bring both of those in. Just a moment. Circles are spinning to let me know that something is happening. So immunity from persecution. Or prosecution, sorry. If only there was immunity from persecution, Troy wouldn't be getting fucked over. Anyway, immunity from prosecution. Would you like to read it, mate?
Well, immunity from prosecution is a doctrine of international law that allows an accused to avoid prosecution for criminal offences. Immunities are of two types. The first is functional immunity or immunity rationale materiale. This is an immunity granted to people who perform certain functions of state. The second is personal immunity or immunity rationale personae. This is an immunity granted to certain officials because of the office they hold rather than in relation to the act that they've committed. Now, your governments here in Australia, they use international law, feed us the domestic law. But if they're going to grab people from any form or tier of government and put them into these positions, these immunities are afforded to them too. That's what protects them when they don't actually say lies, they're actually speaking what they speak. They just use a lot of double speak in the order. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this is what protects them. This is why there's no accountability, because under this international law, this is what protects them. Because remember, I work for the state. I'm going to make decisions that the outcome might be beneficial for a lot of people, but I've got to make the best. And this is what's supposed to protect them. But they're using it every day of the week to hide their investment portfolios, to cover their millions of dollars of mistakes through trade and all of this stuff. They use it. All I'm saying is, to be reasonably fair, is to give this man those immunities that you've afforded yourself. That's it. I've got no other argument in any direction other than that. Yeah. And then let his actions speak the volumes that we need to see and hear. Don't let someone line up at the start line and scratch him before the bloody gate opens. Let them run at least. Let them run and do what they said they was going to do. Then judge them on their official capacities. But give them this immunity because everyone else has got it.
Yep.
Does that make any sense?
No, it makes perfect sense, you know. I mean, and like, I mean, it's written right there, man. So, and it does seem that there's been, you know, a lot of immunities granted over time. So, I mean, if we, you know, we know this all started. You know, I've brought a few bits and pieces here. It's a little bit chaotic because we're just sort of, you know, I had a skeleton of idea and I've been throwing meat pies at it to try and flesh this out a bit. So we know we've started off, you know, with the current affairs scenario and whatnot, you know, and he's come out and he's admitted, you know, so that's the situation we're currently looking at. But a current affair has decided to double down on its shit. And it calls for me to resign, you know, as explosive domestic violence allegations. So they're just allegations. They want allegations. It calls for resign as explosive. So, you know, the inflammatory words again, explosive, historical. So it was an explosion way in the past. You know, like something like the Big Bang, I'm guessing, you know, domestic violence allegations. The key word here is allegations because they need to put that in there to save themselves from this attempt at, you know, making something, a mountain out of a molehill, you know. And they even, you know, point this out, you know, exclusive court documents obtained by a current affairs show embattled Troy Mayor Thompson was once wanted by police over alleged domestic violence matters. The outcome of the relevant charges is not clear, and the mayor did not respond to our questions seeking clarification. A current affair does not suggest Mr. Thompson has engaged in such conduct, only that it was alleged that he did. But apparently that's enough to call for his resignation again, just mere allegations. And that's how the whole situation started in the first place, you know, with the how did you know, they know which thread to pull regarding his, you know, military history. How did they know that, you know? There was it just does my head in, you know, that they can make all this fucking hoo-ha on allegations, on hearsay. They don't actually have anything to sort of back this up. It's nuts. And again,
Did he do?
any bloke in the world will tell you that all you have to do is fart near a woman these days and you'll have a DV charge on you.
Well, all in all I got to look at is what has he done actually to actually hurt the integrity of anyone else other than causing a lot more. Well, you know, harm's harm. Like I said, and I did square it when I began to talk. I said it's just a vice. Over exaggerating or even a lie can sometimes just be the vice. But when that lie affects and offends and hurts someone else, now you got a problem. Or where's the plaintiff? Where is the injured party in this? All right.
Well, I'd say the injured party would be every resident of Townsville has been injured by this fucking onslaught from the media. So I think we might even, I wonder if we could actually put a class action together. Can the people of Townsville put a class action against the entire mainstream media for what they've done to our mayor, never even giving him a fucking chance to get in there and do the job? That's an interesting question. You know, I forgot to send that.
Oh, look.
If Darren were to pop in and answer that question, I'd wonder, you know, if that's a possibility. But another thing is, I'd have to wonder if Troy Thompson has any aspirations or the ability to take on the media and the people who have done this to him as well. Because like this is the biggest pack of hyenas going nuts I've ever seen. Like it's mind blowing, especially when current affair airs second story on Troy Thompson focusing on domestic violence charges from his past. So at least the current affair were nice enough to put allegations in. Townsville Bulletin had no such qualms about making sure the word allegation was in that title. Fuck no, we don't want that in the title because we know a lot of people only look at headlines, especially scenes. Who wants to pay for the Townsville Bulletin? They only sell about 10,000 copies, physical copies. I don't know what their digital service is like or if that's all included. But, you know, most people only see the headline unless you're willing to pay for the Townsville Bulletin. You know, Troy Thompson's history with domestic violence has been aired on national TV with the current affair doubling down on the embattled mayor on Thursday night. Well, they've doubled down. I've lost count of how many times the fucking Townsville Bulletin have gone down on this, you know. The program showed documents from the courts that outlined domestic violence charges from 2006. The story came after Mr. Thompson announced on Wednesday he would be taking leave of absence from council until a crime and corruption commission into him and claims he made during the election investigation was complete, you know. And as I understand it, there's some like 3,600 odd fucking claims are put to the Crime and Corruption Commission, and they've only come out with, you know, a handful. I think we can count them on one hand how many have actually gone through, you know. There's a lot of, you know, it's the legal attack on people, and we've certainly see it with the Trump derangement syndrome. Right now we're suffering Troy derangement syndrome here in Townsville and across the country, you know.
Yeah, well,
first reported Mr. Thompson's history with DV charges in March. So here they are, their claim to fame. Oh, we were talking about this back in March. It's about time the current affair caught on, you know, but we'll do a story about how the fact they caught on just to emphasize the fact that we caught on when it revealed he was still good friends with convicted murderer Peter Jason Burdell. Oh, no, he's been able to forgive somebody who's done his time in jail. What a horrible person. And again, comes back to that the forgiveness thing we were talking about. At the time, Mr. Thompson made a confession on his Facebook post, DV issue. The case was heard under the last name Burbrayer. No convictions were recorded. So here's the important thing. No convictions were recorded. So why are we making a mountain out of this bullshit molehill? This is fucking ridiculous. And it just shows what pathetic reporting we get from the Townsville Bulletin, you know? Fucking scum, you know? Nikita McQuire, what a shit fight, piece of shit you've presented. You are a bloody dropkick. Absolute dropkick. Wow. Sorry, mate. Anyone want to weigh in on that before we move along?
Only that, once again, fair's fair, And we've got to have confidence in the law. Straight from the mouth of Chief Justice Brennan, 1996, what did he say? He said, the Australian people must have confidence in the law. Now, if it's gone to the Triple C will look at the laws of the land pertaining. They will find that Troy had not done damage to anything, but he's maybe a piece of his own integrity that he can make up. Let him do what he's got to do in the actions, but they've got to afford him the same immunities that they have because he's holding the official title. That's it for me. That's all I want to weigh in on that, and that's it. That's just fair. Everyone else has had their day, and the laws of the land that said, all right, you've made this mistake, costed the Australian taxpayer millions, right? Now that's harm, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and I would fully agree if this was a full military city that we're just running around in all our army greens, running around. Because it's a garrison city, there's still another community that lives here, and it's much larger than the military presence that's here. And I believe that upon that vote, that was the vote that took him across the line in the first place. That's my own opinion.
So I was just reading what Jeannie wrote here. She's written, all the councillors disappeared under the public seating area before Paul Jacobs pulled himself from the chair position, and the decision for Anne-Marie Greeny to replace the chair position must have been privately voted on because it was immediately announced. So Jeannie is obviously someone who was also there, by the way she's written here. I'd say that's a testimonial of an eyewitness. So, yeah, sorry, what were you saying, Blackboard, before I interrupted?
No, that's all. Give him what has been afforded you, because he holds that official position, and really, I can't see how he has done anyone any harm except for himself.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. That's it.
I don't see any victims here. I just see somebody who's, you know, made a bit of a mistake, albeit, you know, a rather unfortunate one. You know, but look, you know, that conversation was with me. I can forgive him for what he said to me as an honest mistake. You know, you know, as I understand it, he didn't realize until he got his own military records that, you know, oh shit, there was something here. So how did somebody else know before he did? That's the real question. You know, the big question is who leaked military records to the Magpie or the Bulletin or whoever got that information. You know, somebody got that information and got it out to the media. You know, you know, I was actually talking to a fellow the other day who, you know, claimed that he had done some work within the ALP and whatnot, and he was pretty confident that Stephen Miles had probably thrown his weight around to acquire that. You know, it's just an accusation. It's something this person alleged to me. I'm not saying it. It's just repeating what I heard. So, but you know, when you're, you know, basically running Queensland, might have some weight to be able to do those sorts of things. You know, we've Albo's also running the whole country. We've got, you know, we're pretty fucked here in Townsville. You know, the federal government, fucking Labor, state government, Labor, now council, Labor. We got no choice but to deal with the Borg here. So Brent said most divisions also get to vote in their chosen councillor, except for a couple who were elected unopposed as no other candidate ran in that division. We didn't get to vote for the councillor in my division, nor did I. And I really regret not having put my hand up now. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have been that one brave person here to go up against Susie Batkovic, because a lot of this shit wouldn't have been happening if I had been able to topple her. Don't know that I would have, but if I had thrown my hat in the ring. But, you know, look, we can't go he said, she said, and what could have been. Well, that moment's gone now. So what perhaps we need to do is start looking at how we're going to solve this issue. You know, like, I mean, I don't remember any. I'd actually, you know, I think there's a lot of questions people need to ask of the council. You know, one of them would be, who gave you the authority to do that? Just because the council has a vote of no confidence, was there any letters written to them by the general public? Has anyone in Townsville actually written to their councillor and said, "Hey, I want that mayor gone"? I'd like to know. If they have, please, by all means, contact us. Drop us a line. I'll give you the link code, and you come in and tell me all about it. The investigation. So they say pending the Triple C investigation, but from what I understand, they're pretty much run him out. Yeah, exactly.
Once again, I think through investigations, actions speak louder than words. Words are just hearsay until the action follows that you've followed up on,
Yeah.
what you've done, and you've now done something wrong. But can't we leave it to the law of the land? And hopefully the Triple C, where if they knew the law of the land, and the international law that protects all of these people holding official positions, they've got to understand that he has had to have broken a law, not just because of the law of the Ministry of Propaganda,
Yeah. And this piece of shit fucking writing from the Townsville Bulletin from Nikita Maguire is definitely that. No convictions were recorded. Those are the final words, which basically makes everything that's said before it utter shit. You still there, mate? Blackboard? Can you hear me? Seem to be experiencing some technical difficulties with Blackboard there. You need to do your own paper for where you are and counteract their one. Well, actually, it's interesting you say that, Susan. Guess what Troy Thompson was doing before he was running for mayor? He was actually a part of trying to get another alternative newspaper out. I actually helped work on it with him. So that could also be why the Townsville Bulletin are so pissed off at him, because the Townsville Bulletin know damn well they were a big part of stopping him from being able to get another voice for the people out. As I understand it, there are a few reporters there at the Townsville Bulletin that are heavily associated with the Labor Party. As I understand it, and perhaps I may be wrong, but as from what I hear, former Mayor Jenny Hill is still an advisor to the board of the Townsville Bulletin. Do you think that might have something to do with this constant berating of Troy Thompson every fucking day for months on end? Was there the possibility that perhaps Troy might have been going, why are we advertising with the Bulletin? Maybe we should withdraw that funding. Maybe they were a bit worried about how much money does the council give the Townsville Bulletin? There's another question. I hope everybody here, particularly those in Townsville, get a notepad out. As I ask these questions, write them down, and perhaps you should ask your councillor these things. How much money is going to the Townsville Bulletin? How much of our money that we give to council to maintain the area, maintain the gardens and the parks and all that shit, going to places like the Townsville Bulletin? And who else are they funding? Who else are they funneling money off to? The budget's supposed to be released soon. I'd like to see what's going on. I think as citizens, we should definitely be taking a more active role in asking some of these questions. I'm inclined to agree there. If the allegations were true, he would have been militarily arrested already. That's quite possible. I'm not familiar with military police procedure, but that's another question. Would they intervene if that was happening? If there was some foul play, would the military police intervene? Maximum term 3 years and out, no pension. So, how many people wanted to get rid of Dictator Dan? Struth. We'll have a little bit more of a look into what he's been doing, had been up to as well. Yeah, from the old prostitutes, got old Robin's terminology for the former, lame, or still are lamestream media, for one of my favorite ways to talk, calling it out. It is pathetic reporting. This is an utter pile of rubbish. Utter pile of rubbish. This is 100% a hit piece. It's the only thing you could call it. No convictions were recorded. So why are you fucking talking about it? You bloody toss bags.
Well, hopefully, a lot of people are aware of these things. Yeah. Like, we can only say so much, to think, but I'm not taking any sides here. I'm just saying, over periods of time, we have been confronted with these issues where nothing was done, and some of these issues were very, very pressing, Very, very serious issues allegated with allegations of trade and taxpayers' money going wasting, of just because of something someone said. Unless it's done any harm, then that's all right. But until then, let the law of the land take over and not do this bloody wash your hands of it and do a public hanging,
Yeah, definitely. And answer the question, Marla, that's up on the screen. Yes, he did. Stephen Miles lied on his first day in Parliament, not office, in Parliament. And we're going to talk about that because it's one of the many articles I've brought up in regards to the bullshit we've gotten from our politicians. Oh, I see Tracy's weighed in here. G'day, Tracy. How you going?
Good, thanks, Mark. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. I see you don't want to show your face today. You're going to do a blackboard and just go vocally. Mine's the only face with a target around it tonight. I'm expecting the Borg to teleport in behind me and assimilate me at any point. Next thing you know, I'll be spurting Labor propaganda.
I just wanted to go back to that point that you were making about the sections that were being changed.
Yes.
So they were changed so that Paul Jacobs could actually stand down as chair only for that day. So
he only for that day?
Yes, as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Because of the what Troy had put out about the corruption with Labor and everything else. So Paul stood down as the chair for that day while the voting happened. And then as far as I can establish, he would then go back to being the chairperson from yesterday.
Right. So that law, which was section 5.1, wasn't it? Section 5.1, the chairperson, the chair of the meeting must be the mayor, or in the absence of the mayor, the deputy mayor. So the deputy mayor, Paul Jacobs, stepped aside so that Jenny Hill Labor cronies could do what they wanted.
Yes,
would that be the observation?
Yeah, because he didn't want to have anything connected because of what Troy said on, I think, maybe on his Facebook page or somewhere about the Labor corruption or the Labor being, having pulling strings or whatever. Paul felt that if he stood down, then there could be nothing linked. So that's why he stepped down.
Because he's affiliated with the Labor Party too.
Yeah, so that's why he stood down for the day. And from what I can establish, he would then take the chair back up again as of yesterday.
Right. And as far as we know, Anne-Marie Greenie is not affiliated with the Labor Party then? At least not officially. I dare say guilt by association. She's a part of Team Jenny Hill, which is fundamentally a Labor Party affiliation. As I seen when I was looking at Susie's Wikipedia, that says political party, Team Jenny Hill. And as Jenny Hill is affiliated with the Labor Party, wouldn't you call that guilt by association? At least I do.
Well, when Anne-Marie was being interviewed by the media out the front after, in the middle of all of that going on, she was asked by one of the reporters, would Jenny Hill think about returning, or perhaps if it goes to a by-election, would she then rerun? Anne-Marie did state to the reporter that she hadn't actually spoken to her about that yet.
Say that again, sorry?
Which part?
What was it that she hadn't spoken to her about?
So the reporter asked Anne-Marie if going to a by-election, would Jenny Hill rerun for the mayoral seat?
Right.
Anne-Marie's response was, she hasn't spoken to her about that yet.
Well, that's interesting because I actually did find something when I was looking before. Let's see, did I keep it here? Is that many things I brought up? I might have to try and find it again. Where Jenny Hill has apparently stepped down from attempting to run for the Senate seat. So perhaps that is something that she's considering. She can come back and go, well, you should have voted for me. You know, that might be her campaign thing, you know. Let's have a look. See if I can find it. There it is. All right, let's add that to the stage. So, former Mayor Jenny Hill has revealed she will not contest a spot on Labor's Senate ticket. There you go. And that was released 7th of June, today.
There you go.
So perhaps she is considering, you know, having a run at mayor. Well, she's certainly got the media on her side, since she's still manipulating, in a sense, from behind the strings with the Townsville Bulletin as an advisor to the board, as I understand it. Please correct me if I'm wrong. You know, happy to admit if I'm wrong. That's just what I've heard. You know, that's what people are telling me. I am trying to dig up to see if we can find who is on the board and who is affiliated with the Townsville Bulletin. I think we need to do some serious investigations into who is in the Townsville Bulletin and who they are affiliated with, because the way they've been reporting certainly suggests some severe corruption within that newspaper, as far as I'm concerned. You know, her long career in local government, fierce advocate for the regions, and regularly called out her own party for ignoring areas outside capital cities. What a God! Could you talk about sticking a straw in her bumhole and going for a big slurp? Wow.
Yeah, well, that's interesting to find that out now today.
I intend to continue to support local community groups close to my heart, but the opportunity to travel and be with my family when I chose to, rather than be the behest of mayoral diary, has become appealing, so it's time to move on. I mean, look at the way they portray her versus this fucking codswallop we've seen about fucking Troy's DV charges before. Like, it's just such biased BS. I mean, surely anybody with half a fucking brain, you don't really need 2 brain cells to rub together to see this for what it is.
Yeah, but the other thing is too, when you're looking at, so what was the other thing they said about allegations of domestic violence? So a lot of things fall under domestic violence now. Just because it states domestic violence doesn't mean that someone has physically hit or attacked another person. It also comes down for coercion, an argument or a fight, or yelling and screaming at each other, or even swearing at each other. That can all come down now under the domestic violence.
That's it. Just raising your voice. Like I said earlier, you know, somewhat jovially, but, you know, the way things are these days, I wouldn't be surprised if you dropped your guts in front of your missus these days. She could have you up on DV charges. It's that easy to make the allegation. And even more disturbingly, I've discovered that, you know, the female making these claims against a man can perjure themselves, and there's no recourse for that. You can't get charged with perjury for lying, which is absolute madness.
That's right. So the other thing I found interesting, just prior to that vote on Wednesday, was that Brady Ellis removed himself from the room.
Rightio.
So when that voting took place, he wasn't there. So from what I can understand, he didn't vote on the no confidence. I never heard a proxy read out. So from my understanding is that he didn't vote by proxy. So which means then wouldn't that be the 9 councillors instead of 10 that voted?
Well,
But
that's
he was there.
interesting.
He was there at the beginning of that meeting, but then he removed himself from the room when that vote came up.
Was it made
he
public
did say
that he
was
did,
ill.
so he just felt ill and left? Is that what he said?
Well, yeah, apparently, yeah. He said it was due to illness, and then he walked outside and stood out in the courtyard with I think it was a couple of reporters out there from time to time.
Yeah.
So from what I can see, because there was no proxy read, I would understand that he didn't actually vote.
I'm actually amazed a couple other councillors didn't just go, you know what, I'm not going to play this game. Fuck you all. Yeah, make a bit of a stand for some integrity. I don't know. There's a drag show planned at Peppers on Magnetic Island that is open to children. That's disgraceful.
Just on that, Mark, I was just recalling a comment left by Jeannie earlier on about the Triple C and all that, and if they don't, what it's really about.
One here?
What power does local government have to step in to enforce the council's vote of no confidence? Well, if the Triple C doesn't find anything, well, what's it up to the councillors for? Remember, it's the law now that has to find that whether he has done something wrong. I cannot see where he's done something wrong. He might have an issue with a few of those vices, you know. I mean, I've over-exaggerated it in my time. I'm sure everyone has, or someone's told a lie here or there. And I don't like this business of everything's fine. Look, had he went in and completely turned the whole show upside down, wasn't working with the community, at least you got something tangible to actually come back and say, hey, buddy, you haven't towed the line. But this horse hasn't even got the race started yet to show us in the action. I'm not going to get into the political side or who did this or the tit for tat and she done this and he did that. No, I'm just looking at just from that very, very narrow point of view. And just like with those international laws, those are the things that should protect him. Because they afford it to themselves. What's good for the goose, good for the gander.
Well, I said I hope they intend to hold themselves to the same fucking accountability that they've given Troy. So I think anybody in that council who's done anything remotely wrong had better step down themselves right bloody now.
Look, there have been a lot of allegations gone through the federal parliament alone on these extramarital affairs, right? To which some of those allegations, I'm not mentioning names here, I don't do the tit for tat, right? But some of those allegations pointed out at the time that these were happening, and then they went beyond the point of allegations where these were actually true. Did anything happen from that point on? No. Just nothing to see here move on. I'm saying that he should be afforded the same immunities, even though I don't believe he's actually done anything wrong myself, right? You know? Yeah, because anything that he's done, it's damaged himself. He didn't slander me, and I don't think he slandered anyone else in town through what he said.
What he's done has been good for the North Queensland Freedom Network because everybody's fucking watching now. A hell of a lot more people know about this network than they did before, to the extent that, you know, to be honest, the last few weeks I've been kind of looking over my shoulder going, I wonder if any of this media shit is going to turn someone on me. Actually, it's been the opposite. You know, for the first time in the last couple of weeks, I've actually had people coming up to me in public going, hey, you're that guy from that podcast. Fuck, you do great work. Love your show. That's what's come of what they've done for me. So I would say that what Troy has done for me has been really good. He's fucking helped me, or actually probably the mainstream media have really helped me. They've exposed the North Queensland Freedom Network to an audience I would not normally reach. So thank you, mainstream media. It's probably the only good thing you've done in the last 4 years, really.
Yeah. So other than that, I think we should let it lie, but if we're going to hold them to anything, this comes back again to the laws of this land. Are we living under the rule of law? Or are these laws and these rules changing pursuant to other ideologies? That's all. That's all, really. And as Justice Brennan said in 1996, some choices that happen, right? But they have to fall within the boundaries of the rules of the law to give the people confidence. And remember that international law protects them. So you've got domestic law, international law right there, right now. International law is what protects them when they make mistakes. If they send soldiers into a battle, they made a mistake, there are immunities granted for that, because how are you to know, right? How are you to know? You know, so, yeah. So that's all.
Protest is a suggestion. That's an interesting one. Should there be a Townsville protest in front of the council chambers? We want Troy back. We want Troy back. No, you don't think so?
No, they've already told everyone that you aren't allowed to protest anymore. Oh. You can assemble and rally, but no, you see?
Oh. So long as we say we've assembled to rally against what the council has done, that's okay.
Yeah.
If we say we're protesting, that's no good. Wow, what a free society we live in these days. You know, I mean, am I surprised? You know, we have a socialist workers' party from top to bottom in control. Why am I not surprised that socialist ideals are being pushed?
So the other thing that was interesting on Wednesday, and I think they thought that people might have turned up to either have some sort of a rally or a protest, perhaps. But there was nobody. There was nobody outside those buildings. Police did turn up in their little dune buggy, 4 of them.
So no one turned up to say, "Hey, we want Troy out."
Nope.
No one turned up to say, "Hey, we want Troy in."
No, there was nobody at the front. The 4 police turned up in their little, the little dune buggy thing that they get around in.
Yeah.
They took their seatbelts off. They had a look in front of the buildings. There was nobody there. They didn't even get out. They just surveyed. They just looked. Once they were happy that there was nobody there was nobody to protest, nobody to say anything, they drove off. I might add, there was a lot of security that had been called in for that day. But there was nobody protesting or nobody saying or yelling out anything of that he should be gone or having a say on any of the military stuff. There was nobody there.
But otherwise, that isn't yet to surface. But I do believe, and I do maintain, that we should have some confidence, as should the council and the news media, that the CCC will do its best to uphold the laws, to actually find possibly that he didn't really do anything wrong, that committed anything that I would call an offence of any kind. But, yeah, I was a little bit worried, like everyone is commenting, and thank you, Paula. I'm just recalling a post before about the Commonwealth Constitution, against the constitutional law. But Paula, these things can be very, very difficult to actually talk about. They are very. It took us a long while to get at this place where we're at now. Now, international law is important because in that law are many treaties and covenants that international bodies in the global village can help. I mean, under international law, all them laws that you get on the civil and political rights of people come from the UN, are upheld, but states only take what they want out of those things. That's all. And international law is trying to, but there really is international law is cream of the crop here in Australia, because you see, and it hasn't got a lot to do with Gough Whitlam back in 1973. You see, but again, there was a lot of things happening. You had the Crown, of course. You had America. You had Pine Gap, and you had all these people fighting for positions. What I believe, folks, through my research and my understanding up to this point, was there are a lot of interesting countries or parties, if you like, that held or believed that they held an interest in Australia. And I believe that Whitlam, because one of the last things he'd done before he signed the Unidroit Treaty, right, was he approached Vincent Lengari from Waverley. He was one of the Indigenous elders who started the strikes for equal pay for Aboriginals and won back the right to his land. Whitlam placed the soil in his hand and then placed Australia under a United Nations trust. Because whether you like to look, I'm not here to rattle anyone's feathers, but whether you like to know this about or not, there are questions over terra nullius, and whether we like the issue or not. You got to ask yourself, was this Aboriginal people land before? Well, yes, it was. I mean, if the Dutch spoke up and told you, they could vouch for us. If the Chinese could tell you, they could vouch for us, even though that they're anchors and that. If the Indonesians would tell you, they would vouch for us. But they're all being very, very quiet, you know, and probably well looked after for the silence. But while we're in that United Nations trust, you see, that's why there are a lot of things in the background that people don't understand that's happening. I think Mark might be a little bit privy to it. But we knew that since 1924, which was the last time that the state got permission from the Aboriginals to conduct their leasing, conduct their operations on the land, we knew that the 99-year lease was up last year. So we cancelled that lease, and that's when they went straight for the treaty. But as Albanese said, the treaty here will look like the Waitangi Treaty, because New Zealand is still a state of Australia, you see, right?
Yep.
So we have to ask ourselves, what is Australia exactly? Well, Australia is where it is, but I can tell you now it's not the mainland geography. The only way we're going to become a country, because it was the United Nations that called on Australia and said, hang on, you went and done a constitution without these people. But the Australian government said, yes, we did. We applied special laws. But under special laws are different laws altogether. Actually, special laws are special laws, and they never ever applied those special laws to the Aboriginals, right? And they never gave them any equal opportunity. This is the government, not the people, right? So we are now, you don't have a constitution, because when you went for the constitution, you should have taken us with you. But because you left us behind, right, and you can't say, well, because you're treating us different. If you're giving us special laws and they got laws pertaining to all these other races, you haven't brought them in. And they're trying to actually patch it all up now. It is such a mess. But if we allow a corporate government, a nation state that hasn't even got cut its strings yet from being a puppet controlled by the United Nations, we've got to come together. The Indigenous people from the country, I'm talking about the original people, and the Australians have got to come together. But when we come together, we have to have a new name for this place, because it belongs to somebody else. The name Australia belongs to somebody else. the flags you live under. I'm not bagging Australia Day, and if you're to wrap the blue flag or the red flag, whatever you want to wrap around yourself, just know that it's a flag of war, and each of those flags have stars on them, and you blindly think that those stars represent the Southern Cross, when each of those stars has another meaning, you know? And you don't realise that your flag's stitched, so it means you're in this perpetual state of war. That's why we need a trade treaty, because the Australian government has not yet stopped fighting with the Aboriginal people. That's why we're finding it hard to get anyone accountable for any deaths in any institution or anything like that, because they remain free away from accountability while we're under that state of war. And while your flag still, your blue or red one, have these fringes, we need to come together. We need a treaty, all right? But we've got to come together. We've got to constitute ourselves as a new nation. That's what we've got to do. But you cannot go into that and leave us behind. This is what Tony Abbott tried to tell everybody. We should have done a treaty 100 years ago or included these people in the Constitution. But you can't build a Constitution based upon a white Australia policy. That's why they had to separate us from those special laws. They had all intentions of keeping the race pure here. Right? And there's so much into that. All I can say is that you don't have a constitution. Why do you think Butler was the first one over there? Well, he's looking after it until the Aboriginals say, to which we've got the right, to which the United Nations and whoever will defend that this is our country. But we're saying there's room here for all of us. We got to get rid of these corporate governments. We got to bring in a new government of the people. But you can't do it. And what we're trying to say is you can't do it without us, because you have got no sovereignty. We recognise your sovereignty in your individual sovereignty, that from the centre of the earth to the end of the universe, that's your sovereign right, your RIT, that's your sovereign right to live. But you're not a sovereign in this country. You've only been brought here through the sale and method of certification. You see? We want you to cut your strings to become the real people too. Because you walk, you talk, you're a real man, a real woman. We want you to be real too. But we've got to come together, and then we've got to release those bindings from the United Nations, the trust territory that's held for us. But we're saying this is what the spirit of wordaging was, right? All right. We've got a lot of friends, and maybe we don't want to see us go. You know, we made a lot of friends, and not everyone's against, but your governments aren't. They will maintain that. They want that position of administrator. Once they get the administration, they control the lot, the offshore accounts where all your gas money's going. You know you're not getting the money from gas. You know Australia's the richest country in the world, and yet we've got $26 million, 26 million people, and we are half bankrupt now, right? But we're not going to be stitched up. We don't want anything to do with the government. We want the people to come in, and it's only by your voice. So hang on, we're coming in it together, and we're going to bring those Aboriginals with us, and we're all coming in together. This is their land, and under our land, and if you live here on our land, we will then transfer that sovereignty to you. Under a proper treaty. But under that treaty, we need a new constitution, and we need not so much a flag, but something, because flags are only designed for war, you know. So, but until you know about your flag, until you realise
claim ownership, you know, for example, you know, when the Americans allegedly landed on the moon and planted a flag, for instance, you know, isn't that it's kind of like, hey, we've sowed our seed, and you know, I always think of that, you know, the Daffy Duck cartoon with Marvin the Martian, you know, and they find their way to Planet X, you know, and I claim this in the name of planet Earth, and he sticks a Yankee flag there, as if we're all, to the old Rammstein song, we're all living in America, America. So anyway, you don't need to be mixing right now. But, and then Marvin the Martian pops out and go, I claim this in the name of Mars. Bang. And he plants his flag there, and then they war him until it's just, a little bit of dirt, floating in space. And this planet isn't big enough for the both of us. Wonderful episode. Love me Looney Tunes. Great stuff. But that's pretty much how I see the whole, the flag thing. You're planting a flag,
Well, look.
But yeah, like you said, I guess in order to cement that claim, that's where we end up in war.
Well, when you take the moon, for instance, right? Because we were grounded on planet Earth, see, a lot of things came out from the moon. Remember, we can look through tunnel vision all our lives and not see what's happening in the peripheral. The fringes on flags, they didn't get the gold fringe until man came back from the moon. Did you know that? No gold fringe was put on any flag. And do you know why? Because when they observed from the moon, they then called the Earth a vessel in space. Just like they're vessels that come from across the sea and land up on a dry dock and become a courthouse, right? Through the port, the city, the sea tie. What denotes a city? A port and a cathedral, right? And when you look at the canon and the laws provided, because canon comes from the Roman Catholic Church, folks. That's where all your laws come from, because just like your constitutions, just like the 10 Commandments written up on the stone, it was taken from theirs to all set down, and those are the canons that we live on. That's what allows that vessel in dry dock to be sitting in all these foreign lands. And that's why the flags have got their gold tinge, because the Earth now became a vessel in space. Everything's a vessel. See?
Definitely.
But yeah. I don't like to get into discussions like that, because, like I said, we're looking at just one part of things. How about we talk about that when you find out what you think can hold so near and dear to you, either the red or the blue flag? Do you know what every point on each star that's represented on the flag, do you know what it means? Do you know why they choose the colour? Do you know why you've got a double cross in the Union Jack? Are you asking if Australia's a Commonwealth country and Canada's a Commonwealth country? Well, why hasn't Canada got the Union Jack?
That's a good question.
Why hasn't Canada got the double cross?
Isn't Canada also sort of like under a dual ownership? You got a part France, part UK sort of combined dealership. Is that perhaps why there's no Union Jack? Because it's not, entirely known as a Commonwealth nation, perhaps?
Well, strangely enough, the same day that Cook arrived in Botany Bay, there was a man, a French, he was pretty high up in the military, and that's why they called that place in Sydney La Perouse. The French were there too, on the very same day. So, all I know when it comes to English and the French, the Dutch are pretty quiet on everything, but while they are in Western Australia anyway, so I can see why. But look, the only thing I know about English and French are the only two languages allowed in any court of law. Well, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, but constitutions and
I'd also like to draw attention to the idea that there isn't just one Statue of Liberty. There's one in France and there's one in America.
Yeah.
To add a little bit more cement to that idea.
Yeah, so really,
as far as I know, it's made of concrete. So anyway.
Yeah. So really, rather than sit down and try and work things out, but as long as we are held in this United Nations trust, we can't get on with being our own country, right? We can't get on being our own country, so we have to come together. But I do not want the middleman signing up the documents for us to come together, right? we got to do that ourselves. We're all grown up here. We need constitutional experts. There's a lot. We can get a lot of people on this. We don't want their eminent panels, and we don't want panels picked from us through the cream of the crop through our communities. We want to get grassroots people involved so we get this country. And you know what, people? The minute you do, you'll find that instead of all these resources being given away, a lot will come back to us. We still have a responsibility in the global village for trade. It's how we trade. We are the richest nation on earth. We've got more gold than any country. And listen to me when I say this. There's a reason why Australia's got AU in the front of it, right? And that's the reason why every religious organisation and every administrator has had their bloody fingers in the pie here. The minute we keep dangling on this string, whether we're going to become a real nation or not. But you cannot say that we are a Commonwealth and say, oh yeah, well, we remembered all the black vote. You did not. We're not even in your constitution. And everything that's in there, there's nothing there. All I'm saying is, all right, even constitutions have failed us, but we're at a prefaces that we can come together and say, all right, but we're going to need the manpower and the willpower of the people to bring this all forward, to get the cream of the crop, to get involved in this. Because we want to move in, we want to move in. We don't want to be living like we live now, and you don't want to live like you live now. And the poor white people are just going to be treated no different than the poor old black fella back in the 50s and 60s. We never really had an opportunity in this country, and yet it was all right. Yeah, look, governments have genocided people all over the world, Look at the Ireland, look, all these other places in everywhere, right? What we've got to do is when you put your focus right there, we're not here to talk about constitution. We're not here to bring back an old relic. It truly is a relic of the past. We've got to look into the future because, I'm knocking on heaven's door within a few years, and I know that I've got to do what I've got to do to make sure the younger generation, not just listen to me, not just my bloody family, yours too. Every letter I've written, I've taken you all down the path with me, and I've written quite a few to every stakeholder you could imagine. That it wasn't all about me or Aboriginal people or this or that. It was everybody, And why would we afford any rights when our domestic laws aren't looking after us here? We have to go international because remember, all those bums on the seat in the United Nations are guaranteed your X amount of billions of dollars a year to keep them there. So why don't you get them working for it too? And let's try and work out this mess together. But we can't rely on 1800 UK because what you're still saying is this sovereign from over there is here. There is no sovereign here. People, she left here 1952 and she ain't coming back. But she did leave one thing. She left the Crown Corporation Limited. But when she left here, she took her religion with her. But the Catholics soon filled that void, right? So now we've got an ecclesiastical law from a biblical point of view, and we've got an administrative, that Westminster system that you got, right? All I'm saying is there are a lot of good laws around the world, and believe it or not, the Indigenous people have very, very good laws as well. We know about the social demographics and things like that. We want to weigh in on how the laws for everyone, not just we make laws for you, and that's how we're going to get the tit for tat. No. Over the tit for tat, over this talking festival, all this business, we got to come together and recognise each other now and say, okay, under our sovereignty, we're going to afford it to you because we already know that you've got no basis in law anyway. You're a citizen, and all you're going to get is the rights of a person. If anyone can show me any law pertaining to you where it's regarded to you as a people or everyone, you live under a nation state. A nation state is not a sovereign state, folks. A nation state is not a sovereign state. We want this country to be sovereign with everyone in it. You know, everyone accounted for. We don't leave anyone out of the equation. And this is going to come up in the near future, and we've got to come together, and you've got to be ready for it. You know?
Yeah.
So what are we going to do? So stop looking at all these things. We need to clean the whole show up. But it depends on what we're going to do. They're going to push for, you notice they're pushing for this treaty. They've got to have it. We've already told them we're not signing your blank checks for the consent for your 99-year lease. Right?
Yep.
And they're not going to get it. And we've got the land councils now fighting with going in, promising proponents that they will get that consent. So the land councils are working hard with their lawyers to get the consent of their people. And if the people aren't where they're supposed to be, they're making up tribes and people. They really are, to get the consent. And you possibly think it has nothing to do with the Indigenous people. It's got everything to do with the Indigenous people here. Mm. Where do you think they're getting all the consent? Where do you think all of these people in the upper echelons? We are exactly like where the Australian people sit with their government. Their government recognises, through their institutions, the people it wants to recognise. If it chooses this John Smith over, just say, someone from out in the community, well, they've grabbed that man from an institution, they've fed him, they've looked after him, but they've educated him in that way where he's only going to work for them anyway. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. We
are always coming from a grassroots. When we say this and that, it's always from a grassroots level. We don't have education. We don't want any educated. We don't want any people assimilated through the institution. But we're saying, when are the people going to be ready for this? We're still not sure whether the people are ready for this. But the minute or the longer you sit on your hands and dilly-dally, thinking about what we're going to do, they'll pull the rug out from it and no one wins. No one wins. Mm. Blackfellas will just get another genocide that will probably... This is my opinion, right? From everything I know and understand up to this point. Indonesia's knocking on the door. It's got an American-backed president. Papua New Guinea's moving into West Papua, so they're extending their boundaries. The Brisbane line was guaranteed to Indonesia in 2050 anyway, which I think that they've moved back to 2030. This is my own opinion, right? That they've moved back to 2030 as part of 2030. And if any of the older people know this, yous were sitting back in the days listening to the shortwave radios because the biggest threat to Australia was Indonesia, right? Mm. They just didn't have the mobility back then. They've got everything going for them now, and that was already promised to them. I'm sorry, that was already signed and sealed back in the 50s in Mexico. That deal was already arranged. Darwin was bombed during World War II, right? That caused the Brisbane line. 1952, the United States takes Pine Gap, right? But then in the 60s, Suharto was given Papua New Guinea by John F. Kennedy. He's an American president.
Is there anything we can look at to sort of back that claim up?
No, I don't think. Look.
Yeah, I mean, not that I disbelieve you or anything, but just to cement what you're saying there.
You know what can back the claim up? If you've got a notebook and pencil, and I am relying on the people who do the viewership within the channel do have a bit of nous. Everything I've said, if you want to do the research, go and do it. Go and do it. But remember, when Darwin was bombed, that created the Brisbane line. So that we got purpose to that. And if you look at it, Kennedy gave Suharto Papua New Guinea, right? He divided Papua New Guinea and gave Indonesia that. Now, what's an American president doing, giving another country to someone else, right?
Yeah.
But that's the first part. You know, I've been watching Albanese and Wong and that from Canberra to Thursday Island, from Thursday Island to Papua New Guinea, back from Papua New Guinea to Thursday Island, back to Canberra. You see? That's all I'm going to say. You know, you fill in the blanks. You work it out yourself. You know, we're not wearing bibs here. I'm not going to spoon feed people. But when you look at the when we get into the grind, into the nitty gritty, this is what it's all about. But the longer we keep fighting, and the land councils, look, take it from me, right? All these Aboriginals are getting all the land back, and they're being determined under the native title. But native title does not give anything back at all. All it does is just gives the contract, another way to give the contract to the proponent for another off-seas company to come in and start digging on the soil here and then putting it into their offshore accounts. And then it will not come back to the internal revenue of this country. That if we were in control of our own resources, not only can we look after ourselves, we can look after a hell of a lot of other people.
Yeah.
Okay, so when are we going to do it? Forget the Constitution. Forget England. You don't have a sovereign in England. There is no sovereign here. There's only the Crown Corporation Limited, and there's only ecclesiastical crown of the Catholic Church, because when England left, all they had was the port and the cathedrals there. That's what denotes a city, a port and a cathedral. And when these people go, they're not cities anymore. They're townships and villages. Huh? And we're going to have some really tough social contracts. Definitely. We need to get in.
Well, for instance, you just said there, forget the Constitution, but do you think perhaps there's redeemable elements of what the current Australian Constitution is? And bringing it back to the idea of, say, wordage, for example, white fella dreaming, black fella dreaming, or everybody dreaming fundamentally. Just so the general, public are aware. That's probably, there may be a lot of listeners out there, and viewers who are not aware of, that you're here to give us some Aboriginal truth telling, that you have to hide your identity because what you're saying here is not what certain people want being said. But
certainly not.
Obviously, wordage being an Indigenous prophecy, that there will come a time where we work together, which, for me, I feel it's happening now. What we're doing right here is that. Exactly. But I think there's parts of the Constitution that are redeemable, in the sense that you say we need a new Constitution. Or shouldn't we sort of grab what we've got there, but bring in what the black fella's got to say too?
Well, that's how it has to work. It has to work. But remember, when it comes a new flag, you have to have a new flag. You can't have these things there. You can't. I don't look. You might say you're
saying that the flag is a declaration of war. Is that what we're about by creating a new flag, or should we just piss the whole flag thing off completely?
Something's got to. You see, the whole world we live in is under a military rule, right? Never mind your politics and that. Australia, where it sits right now, is a military client state, right? So, but we don't want to be a military client state. We want just to protect. We got no problems with everyone in the world, but we need to protect our borders. That's all. And just in case someone has the smarty pants idea in a few years to come to say, well, we might take that country because we want it. But you can't do that, No one can do that. And that's why apathy is one of our worst enemies. I don't even like war. I'm not into soldiers and all these aircraft and glorifying military, and that I think the world's seen enough of the bloody military. You know, the people fighting with who, and I mean, what are we actually fighting for? Which is what? For protecting resources for private companies. That's what it boils down for. And you're not going to get your constitution back. Not as long as there's intervention in the Northern Territory. You know why? Because you can't take an act within the Constitution and suspend it. They had to suspend the Racial Discrimination Act to do what they did. And that's a part of the Constitution. When you suspend an act, you've got to suspend the whole Constitution. You know, that's it. That's the rules. That's the rules of the Constitution. So we are in the state. Right? Yeah.
So Blackboard question, your native law and our common law is not that much different. If you think it is, please explain.
No, it isn't that much different at all. At all. Our common law, or if you want to say the Indigenous Constitution, that's what we call our big law. But see, that big law is never ever controlled by men or women, or it can never ever be amended. You have to work within that law. You can do anything you want, but remember that law still states, well, as long as it doesn't harm or infringe on someone else. That's very much like the common law, right?
Yep.
So, yeah. Plus, still has that, and these are things we need to tweak, because it's the same as our law in each nation, right? Our laws are pursuant of the big law, right? If any of our laws fringe with that big law, well, it's not a law at all, right? But remember, our big law isn't controlled by people. It was there day one, and what is the first part of that law? The very first thing that comes out, if you want to call it like the 10th commandment, is you cannot fail the earth.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the number one. No, you cannot fail the earth. If you look at failure, or what you think failure is, environmental impacts, wars on soils, blowing everything up, you know? You've got to look at all it. Look at all these poisons, like Tracy done her little, her thing last Friday on PSFAs, you know, all these poisons, this new form coming into us, this formaldehyde, you know. It isn't enough that in the beginning his face moved about and formed the earth. These creative beings are starting to create their own form as well, like creating themselves as freaking demigods, you know? And everyone believes it. Everyone runs around and believes it. That's what I'm thinking. How much more do we participate in anything? Really? Like, we should be rallying the government for this and that. But you know they're a bunch of crooks. You know they're all this and that. So why do you keep asking these folks for something? You know?
Exactly. I mean, well, that was, we kind of segued a little bit from where we started, but, you know, bringing it back to they're all a bunch of crooks. I think it's pretty relevant to, you know, the subject matter that is entitling this particular podcast. So I'll bring a couple of articles up to emphasize that point of they're all a bunch of crooks. Queensland Premier accused of lying to Parliament. And here's the man who's calling for, you know, the resignation of Troy for, you know, perhaps misstating a few things. Did he lie? Did he not? You know, that's a subject for debate. But, you know, at the end of the day, if we're going to claim that Troy was untruthful for whatever reason, we have Queensland Premier accused of lying to Parliament. Queensland Premier Stephen Miles is accused of lying to Parliament after denying sending texts during question time. He flat out denied it. He knew damn well that he'd fucking done it. It was just a couple of days ago. This isn't a case of, say, like, you know, with Troy and his military records, which is like well over 30 years ago. I mean, shit, I'd struggled. I couldn't tell you how long I did my first job for. I couldn't tell you how long I did my second job for, or my third, or my fourth, for that. Man, I've had a lot of jobs. But I mean, at the end of the day, I honestly, like, but, you know, I guess if I was asked, I would say, fuck, I don't know. I'd have to get back to you. That would be, I think, the logical thing to do. And, you know, I don't know. Perhaps Troy really was convinced that that's what he said was the case. Maybe, you know, I don't know. I don't know. You know, but here he is openly stating that he didn't. And, you know, that's on the 4th of March. And then we proceed to the 5th of March, where he finally admits it because he's been busted. You know, they got a photo of him. And here's the old potato head behind him. You know, he's got old Scott Stewart, Mr. Potato Head. You know, he's not much good for anything. Queensland Premier State Miles has apologised for misleading Parliament. Misleading? He flat out lied. Parliament after 9 News revealed a photo of a text message he previously denied sending. You know, there it is. You know, he denied sending it, and this is within a couple of days. So come on, if his memory is that fucking bad, he really should not be in that seat. Perhaps we should all be calling for his resignation. I certainly would happily put my name to any petitions or any, you know, callings to get this fucking cockhead removed. He's nothing more than a photo whore. You know, here's some more wonderful stuff. Security footage shows Queensland MP Les Walker being punched in Townsville bar. You know, another wonderful altercation where, you know, he was issued an $800 fine or infringement notice, as they call it, and for being a public nuisance and temporarily banned from the city's safe night precinct. You know, the other men involved, aged 19 and 21, he clearly was punching above his weight. He's 56 and he's going against 19, 21-year-olds. I don't know what the whole story was there, but here he is with a lovely bruise on his face. You know, he's still in office. Amazingly. And like this is back in the 25th of March 2021, but we fast forward a little bit further to the 2nd of August, same member again in another physical altercation, charged with assault after alleged altercation. I mean, you know, to be fair, you know, he fought the challenges, and I believe, you know, the whole court case was a bit of a political stunt because it's LNP versus the friggin' the Labor Party. So we've got two fellas here involved in a punch-on in Townsville streets. One from the Labor Party, one from the Mr. Lane. So what's that dropkick's full name? Stephen Lane. So Stephen Lane and Les Walker involved in a punch-on, both of which, as I understand, still have their jobs. Astounding, you know. What other things can we find? Oh, yeah, revealed that she will not contest that Labor spot. We've talked about that before. You know, ambulance report contradicts Daniel Andrews' claim about 2013 car crash that nearly killed a teen bike rider. That guy got to run the biggest bloody tyrannical dictatorship this country has ever fucking seen, and they still didn't get on him about that either. You know, not to mention nearly killing a bloke, destroying his friggin' life, as we've seen on Fail of the Week last week. You know, but hey, Troy said a few things that weren't quite right. You know, but you know, we got people punching on in the street. We got them running people over. I mean, Mayor Jenny Hill also ran someone over. She also opened the floodgates, you know, to flood thousands of people's homes. You know, did she have to do it? I don't know. I want to see the records. Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at what she actually did. You know, you know, let's be transparent. You guys keep claiming this transparency shit, then show it. Show us what the hell happened. What was the decisions? Did she have the opportunity to release that water earlier and not flood thousands of people's homes in Townsville? That's another question we should be asking. You know, so he's got a new career, and here he is. Just you know, again. Back in May, about a month ago, he got a surprising new move, and you know, Australia's richest billionaires, Dan Andrew, nearly destroys some poor young teenager's life. You know, 10 years on, he's still suffering, gone through all sorts of trauma. There's been some serious repercussions. We were talking about victims and whatnot earlier. Well, there's certainly a victim in this case, you know, but this guy's walking scot-free and setting up deals with fucking billionaires. Well done. There's justice for you. And where's the media on that? You know, councillors passed no confident motion on mayor. Obviously, we want to you know, continue that. That's what they're doing. But this guy, this criminal, the biggest tyrant that this country has ever seen, not to mention running people over. Wow. Townsville Council admits serious mistake, charged with low range drink driving. Hang on, there was something else there. I was supposed to. Oh, no, that's right. I had it the other way around. So you can see the difference in Townsville Bulletin reporting here is the point here. So Townsville councillor admits serious mistake, charged with low range. They wanted to put that low range because they're protecting their friend, Whereas here at the ABC, they had no such qualms about just saying he failed to random breath test. They didn't say anything about low range. They didn't try to protect him. So you can see how the Townsville Bulletin protects certain Labor cronies, particularly those of Team Jenny Hill. Very interesting, don't you think? But here he is, Councillor Mooney, still sitting on the council board. I mean, generally, I look at the whole random breath test as a bit of a pre-crime. It's wow, you're a little bit over the limit. You could have killed someone. Again, there's no victim here. Nobody has actually been harmed. Nothing actually happened, but we're going to go on the presumption that you might have hurt someone, same as speeding. You might have hurt someone. It's pre-crime. You're being charged with the possibility of having committed a crime or having possibility of actually injuring someone. So I personally don't have a lot of weight for these kind of if, buts and maybes, because it's just a big fucking what the fuck, It's almost as convincing as, this previous article here where, no convictions were recorded, but we're going to make a big deal out of it. I kind of throw them in the same category. But that being said, the law would argue that it's a serious crime. And because you were out in the road just a little bit over the limit, you could have killed someone, that's a, based on the way the law structures it. I think this, as far as pre-crimes and, no actual fucking victims go, maybe this is a little bit worse than what Troy Thompson did. Maybe Liam Mooney should throw his hat in the ring too. Then we've got KAP candidate Michael Pugh, I think it is, or Puh. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how to say it. Reveals criminal past amid crime-focused Queensland state election campaign. And there was actually another article that Tracy threw at me for this one. I'll just bring it up here. Yes, I was an enforcer for drug dealers. This guy was an enforcer for drug dealers, and he's running against Punchy. In Punchy being Les Walker, for the seat of Mundingborough. These are the options I got to choose from. I got to choose from a guy who's had 2 assault charges in his in this period of around 6 months, and a guy who was an enforcer for drug dealers. Wow, what options we've got here in Townsville today. But what else can you expect from a town who, when the circus moves in, the horses get stolen? Fuck me. Yes, the circus came to town, and within a day or so, a horse was stolen. That's the town we live in. Thanks, Labor Party. You're keeping us safe with your crime. I've got to say, wow, what a great job they did. But anyway, let's keep going because there's more. There's more, sorry, I'm just berating this shit right out, hammering this out. Historian, and, this is not me saying it. This is this website here. Historian, again, challenges Katter's war statements back in 2016. The above special report by military historian, writer, and journalist Ross Estgate, who specializes in defense, was run across 2 pages in the Townsville Bulletin on the June 16th without an apparent reference to the member for Kennedy or a request for comment. Came after the issue where earlier raised by Eastgate, a graduate of Duntroon and the Army Command and Staff College, who has served in the Middle East, PNG, and East Timor. Australian newspaper of May 30 carried a report. I might even blow this up to make it a bit easier for people to read. It'll make it easier for me to read too, which is really helpful. The Australian newspaper of May 30 carried a report by Sid Mayer, which stated Bob Katter was threatening defamation proceedings against the Townsville Bulletin columnist Ross Estgate, who questioned his account of his compulsory military service in the 1960s and his depiction of his father's unit involving the Kokoda campaign. It said Katter, the long-serving independent member for Kennedy in far north Queensland, has been under fire by a senior LNP figure over his description of the 49th Battalion as my own in his book, The Incredible Race of People. That's an interesting title, isn't it? An Incredible Race of People. Eastgate has picked up on the story after Dennis Quick and the LNP regional coordinator in the far north Queensland claimed Mr. Katter had exaggerated his father's and uncle's involvement. This is well, I mean, it's just me, or was Troy Thompson being accused of exaggerating his own military sort of thing as well? Yet this has happened here. The report said that in a letter in the Innisfail Advocate, Mr. Catter wrote, when in the 49th were relieved at Sanananda, there were only 28 of the 800-man battalion able to walk out of the trenches. We had put our lives between ourselves and the enemy again and again, denying them access to Port Moresby and the invasion of Australia. While, of course, I was not there, it was my father's battalion and my Uncle Billy's battalion. As kids, we would hear the stories in awe about the men who had fought and saved their country from invasion. The Townsville Bulletin had reported that Mr. Quick wrote in reply that Mr. Catter's use of the word "we" was misleading about his service in the Army Reserve and challenged his claim that more than 95% of the 49th Battalion was lost at Sanananda. Mr. Quick said the 49th lost 60% of its assault force and the attack failed before Mr. Catter's statement is also unable to withstand scrutiny. So, I mean, they're jumping up and down over, his memory of stories told to him as a kid. So, again, there's the Townsville Bulletin, trying to make out that, Bob's done something wrong. I'm not sure if he has or hasn't, and I'm not saying that he has or hasn't. I'm just pointing out what's written here. Mr. Quick said the 49th, we did that. Eastgate wrote in the column of the Townsville Bulletin that Mr. Catter's father, Bob Sr., was discharged from the 49th Battalion on medical grounds in 1942 as the Kokoda campaign began. He said the attack to which Mr. Catter referred took place a month after the Kokoda campaign ended. His interpretation of the 49th Battalion history is at odds with both the Australian War Memorial record of the 49th Battalion's war service and the official battalion history. Fred Canston's Always Faithful, a history of the 49th Australian Infantry Battalion, 1916 to 1982. Eastgate wrote he also questioned Mr. Catter's writing in the Australian, in which he said as an 18-year-old he was handed an SLR rifle and had to give next of kin phone numbers. The Australian report ended by stating Mr. Catter's spokeswoman said he was bringing an action of defamation against Ross Eastgate. And I think maybe this is stuff we've just compiled really quickly in the last, hour or so. We might have to look a little bit further into what happened. Perhaps, I don't know, Tracy, if you're still sitting in the background doing your research material, maybe we can dive a little bit deeper into that and see what actually came of this action of defamation against Ross Eastgate. I'd like to know because, hey, maybe there's a remedy there for a good old Troy. If it worked for Bob, who's clearly, still a functioning member of Parliament, maybe it'll work for Troy too. Because it's clearly not the first time the Townsville Bulletin has tried to attack people they don't particularly like. Here we also have here on Wikipedia, and you know what I'm going to do? Save page as before something happens. I'm just going to whack it on the desktop for now. No, I don't want to save page as. I want to. Where's my print page option? You guys can't see that. Anyway, print page comes up with your Adobe PDF, and when you click print, it gives you an option to save it somewhere. So I'm going to stick it on the desktop for now when I figure out where the hell that is. Desktop's there. I'm just going to save that there now before they go and change it, because it's amazing how many times I go and point something out on Wikipedia and it disappears. Same sort of thing happening with Darren when he discovered some dodgy stuff with our government and banksters, and I think it was the ATO and the banksters, and again you can find that on Constitution Watch. When he found that out and brought it to light, suddenly it disappears. It's amazing how that happens. Good old internet. It's really easy, for Winston from George Orwell's 1984 to just correct those pesky, inconvenient truths. So anyway, here's a lovely list that is so long they've actually broken it into categories of federal. Look at them all. New South Wales. Look at wow. Look at all these guys. And amazingly, I see the word Labor pops up a lot more than any other freaking party too. Wow, like Labor pops up quite a bit, I mean, obviously Liberals in there a bit, but Labor, wow, they've really outdone themselves, particularly in recent years. That's quite astounding, you know. Labor, National. Well, Nationals get a good run here in Queensland back in 1990. You know, but again, Labor has a good run, very good run. You know, Labor a little bit of mention of Liberal National. You know, the Nationals seem to have a good run too. You know, 42 counts of contempt of Parliament, 4 counts of failing to register interest. Wow, that's truth. 2 counts of extortion for Labor, Paul Piselli. Here he is. Doesn't he look? He looks like he should be a bit like Wacko Jacko there.
Yeah, well, a perfect example of that, Mark, was all of these politicians who didn't declare their dual citizenship as well. See, fully knowing that when they went into parliament, they had to, but they didn't. So,
former mayor of Ipswich. So this guy was the mayor of Ipswich. Have a look at that. Labor, independent. How's he an independent? Are you a Labor or independent? Oh, it's got me stuff, but you know. Anyway, 2 counts of extortion in 2020. He pleaded guilty to 30 other charges, including fraud, sexual assault, and official corruption. Fuck me dead. 7.5 years. That's all he did for that. I guess that's some of what we're talking about. Fined 84,000 for contempt. Far out. Labor, drink driving, extortion, child sex offences. There we go. William Theodore D'Arcy, a former Australian politician. He was the Labor member for Albert in 1972 and 74, and Woodridge 1977 through to 2000 in a legislative assembly for Queensland. Child sex offences. Wow. And here's another Labor Party for child sex offences. Keith Webb Wright was an Australian politician, teacher, and Baptist preacher. Fuck me dead. Who was leader of the Labor Party in Queensland and leader of the opposition in Queensland between 1982 to 1984. Following his career in state politics, Wright sat in the federal parliament for Labor between 1984 and 1993. Wow. And eight years for ruining children's lives. 11 years for ruining children's lives here. Wow. Struth.
well, why don't we talk about solutions to these problems, Mark?
Struth. Well, being a military town, I'm pretty sure we're not short on ammunition.
Well, there's possibly one way.
You know?
No, I was thinking of starting off small, that within each electoral boundary, you should have your...
Start with a 9mm instead of a cannonball?
Well, rather than each electoral boundaries, you could possibly start off in your lockdown suburb boundaries to reform your community progressive associations. That way, you could pick your representatives from your boundary, right? You could choose the people you want. And instead of double guessing who they are and what they're all about, you know from a grassroots level that, okay, this lady or this man, they lived in this community, they do a lot for the community. Not in Townsville, in your suburb. And you say, well, that's the man, that's the woman I want to represent me. You know? And then hold your representatives. All these representatives are giving votes of no confidence, but who gives them the right to do that if it wasn't for the people in their electorate? They should be operating. They should be operating under the wishes of their electoral people. And if you've got the whole community in the community centre saying to their representative, we don't want that guy there, well, he should be there voting, but not on his own opinion that could be swayed by others. You know?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, all we want is what's fair, isn't it? That's fair, isn't it?
Yep.
That's fair.
Sorry, I've been neglecting the comments while I went on that huge rant of, exposing, the amount of filth that's been through our system,
Yeah.
So, I mean, compared to child sex offences, which seems to pop up quite a lot throughout this, which is really disturbing, especially given we've got that whole, was it the Woodrow investigation or something to that effect, where we've got the 21 names of of accused persons. In
the Woods Royal Commission, but the Mulligan. But you remember the Mulligan inquiry went through the 90s too, but that seemed to have fallen on deaf ears, You had the Mulligan inquiry long before, and this was brought to the table. Everyone starts jumping and reacting to this during the pandemic. Yet, if people didn't know it was on the table already, then, a little bit late for reaction, but better late than never, I guess. But how about we get the early word this time, folks? How about you get your community? Why don't you, listen to this, why don't you start your private members associations? Why don't you start your community progress associations in your suburb? Why don't you take membership of $2 to $3 a year for all the community members to make sure you have your say? Why don't you take the time in the afternoon, to make a time with your representative to get him sitting in front of you, because he's accountable to you from your electorate, to be telling you what he's doing in your community and things coming up. If he says there's a problem with this mayor and he goes and tells you within your boundary or community or your lockdown suburb, which one's going to come first, right? You can tell him, we got no problem with that mayor. Let's see how he goes, right? And then if we have any problem, we can vote then. But are you going to vote too early or are you going to vote too late? Or are you just going to vote on an emotional response without adding logic to it? No use having a left side of your brain and a right side of your brain if you can't come together and use a grey matter in the middle that brings the logic and that conservative intuition all together, right?
Exactly.
Can't we do that? I mean, we talk about these things every day, and don't you just get sick of the talk? You hear it through and the Freedom Networks don't align with one another, and some are quick to judge others. And I thought we'd come a long way since then. But it seems to be, the minute we take the training wheels off, we get down the road, we're doing good, and then the first thing we're doing is we're running back for the training wheels. Come on. We are, look, I don't want to be a spoil sport. I don't want to rain on your parades, right? There are things happening right now. They are moving as they do. They wrote the books. They knew the charters. They're following their little path to whatever they want to see at the end of it. What are we doing? Are we still going to talk about this, or are we going to do something? You can go down and protest. I can guarantee this. You won't see my black face at any protest. You know why? Because the minute you're at a protest, some other crowd's going to come in and completely disrupt the whole thing and then label the whole group of you as nuisances. Why don't you get in, write a letter. Write a letter to your member. You have to do, look, even though you've got to think high to rise, right? Just aim low to start. What you hit with that person who says, I'm your elected member for Townsville in this postcode here or this suburb here or whatever. And start working with them. Why can't you have your community progress? The Aikenvale Community Association progress. What is good for Aikenvale? What is good for me because I live in Aikenvale? What is good for me? I live in North Ward. What is good for me? I live in Oak Valley or whatever, or Magnetic Island. We can't keep putting all the eggs in one basket. People are different where they are. And look, if you ever noticed around you, the levels of social engineering going on in cities and townships now is beyond. They're setting up
amazing social engineering with what the media is doing with Troy. That's one hell of a lot of social engineering going on there. Can I just pause you there for a second? Because while we were going on about all the dumb shit politicians have said, there's one that I really want to play. It's a little 3-minute video rolling right back to the beginning of me starting to do some of these live streams. And the way this video is compiled is something that I would like to do a little bit more, but it just takes a lot of time. Like, I know it's only a 3.5-minute video, which is really good for the people on the other end. You get all your information smacked out really quickly and presented very nicely. But it takes it took me nearly all day to put this together, plus going out and shooting it as well, which was another day. So in essence, this 3.5 video was possibly, in the vicinity of a 2-day job. But I'm just going to quickly play this so everybody can remember fail of the week number 2, Mr. Aaron Harper. I think is very important because he's one of the ones who was targeting Troy from the very beginning. And we'll see you in 3.5 minutes.
Fail of the week.
Welcome to Fail of the Week, and this week we've got Aaron Harper as an epic fail. Sometimes I think maybe I'm not going to be able to keep doing this week after week, but some people just seem to make it easy for me. Let's have a look at why he's a fail.
Oh, yeah, okay, get it all out now. Get your abuse out now. Righto. When you actually want to hear from me, I'll start. So, do you actually want to hear what we're doing or not? Well, I'll wait until you're finished and then I'll speak. Are you done? Do you want me to speak or not? Or I can just walk away. I'll get it off your chest. So, are we going to listen or not?
So as you can see at this week's crime rally, he wasn't exactly well received, but the icing on the cake was when he said this.
Have a little bit of respect. Well, you called me here, so I'm either going to bloody speak or I'm not. Yes, no? I bet you if I walked around, half of you are bloody LNP anyway. I'll rent a crowd.
As you can see, it's not exactly the nicest way to treat people who are victims of crime and are definitely concerned and are asking to be heard. You seem to have failed on that element because you just keep asking people, will you listen to me? I think we're done listening to you. Maybe you need to listen to the people. Here's some people you didn't listen to that emphasise the point.
I and my daughter were a victim of crime. My daughter's car was stolen back in 2013, so that's 10 years ago. In all these years, nothing's changed. Nobody's listened. But I'm trying to get appointments to see these pollies. They refuse to see you. They don't want to hear what you're saying.
Tell us about what you've been seeing on your security cameras.
Since the juvenile residential homes have infected Annandale, as multiple ones of them, crime has gone through the roof. These kids dance in front of our cameras on the street. They line up 4 stolen cars in a row because they know we've got cameras.
Have you taken any of this up with Les Walker?
Les Walker cooks a great sausage. We went home and still don't feel safe in our homes.
So a couple of sausages is not going to buy some happiness in this case.
It's not going to stop our elderly from being home invaded and assaulted in their own homes.
We've had people killed on the roads. We've got a young bloke who's had a compound fracture because they used a vehicle to knock him off his bike.
It was everything that I thought and knew in my heart, being in that hospital bed when everybody connected to me, and how quickly and rapidly people came to me with all the information, support, as well as the Townsville Bulletin, rapidly changing the story to get that perspective of it was intent. They were malicious. They striked me. They waited for the opportunity to target and hit me, and they have no regard or remorse whatsoever. To have that crowd there stand made me believe the very thing that I'm talking about is the Australian spirit, the community. The very community that I stand here to go, this is something that we should all be in support of, our freedoms.
I bet you if I walked around, half of you are bloody LNP anyway. I'll rent a crowd.
Well, that concludes this week's Fail of the Week. Stay tuned for next week's winner. There you go. Good old Aaron. Hang on. I'm getting somehow there's a bit of voice coming through. But, I did have a flash of some crime statistics there. And actually, before I'll do it in this order. So I'll share this screen because the crime statistics back then, that was obviously from last year. 2023, I think at the time it was down here sort of somewhere when I put that podcast. As you can see, by the end of the year, Labor had an all-time high record. Well done, Labor. Yay! The highest crime rate Townsville has ever seen in 2023, thanks to the Labor government. Well done. You've done such a good job. And as you can see, we're off to a pretty good start here for 2024. We haven't quite reached, as half as good as, Labor managed to achieve last year. We're actually sitting under 20,000 when they peaked at 47,000. So, perhaps maybe things are starting to come down as we're in the 6th month. So, by the end of this month, we'll have a gauge. Are we looking at, a similar, better, worse scenario? We'll keep an eye on that. It's always good to have a look at, Labor's amazing accomplishments. So, but I'd also like to, and something that I failed to do in the fail of the week was to point out that that rally and that the whole thing was done by our good friend Clinton Hawkes, who formerly was running for the seat of Thuringowa against good old Aaron Harper there for the Katter Party until they gave him the old heave-ho and chucked him out. They reckon they can find someone better. I actually haven't looked to see if they did or not. Last I heard it was going to be Maggie Ryder, but apparently she's running for Townsville from what I heard recently. I have to check that to be certain. So please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just sort of throwing things out there, based on what I heard last time anyway, so there's a lot of information. I do my best to try and recall it all as I can, but yeah, big thanks to Clayton Hawkes there, because Clinton Hawkes, sorry, because I didn't really give him the credit that was due in that video for setting that whole event up and making everything we got there possible. So, but now he will be on the show. Again, Clinton's going to come have a yarn with us. One that I definitely can state with certainty. He will be coming on the show on the 2nd of August. He's going to come and have a yarn with us. So, stay tuned for that one. It's 2 months away, but, I'm looking forward to the chat. He's a great bloke, and I'm looking forward to hearing, what actually happened there with the Katter Party and what his next moves are. So, last we spoke, he was, just taking a bit of a back seat and, going from there. So, in that moment too, Tracy also sent me something else regarding the astounding. Wow, she's actually sent me a few things. I have to have a quick squiz at that. Wow, look at this one. Oh, Struth, I hit the wrong button again. Hold on a sec. We've got a few here. So, where is it? What are we at here? Okay, so that was that one. That was our crime statistics. So let's start from the top of some of the things that, good old Tracy does. What she does well is find shit in the background. Here we go. Townsville councillors move no confidence vote action as Mayor Troy Thompson refuses to resign, takes leave of absence. How dare he refuse to resign? I mean, we only elected him in. It was a bit sad to see so many hands standing up there. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. But yeah. Embattled Townsville mayor. Embattled? Why? Because you declared war on him, mainstream media. Has failed to show at the council meeting and has sought a leave of absence as councillors this morning voted to favour. So even when he does what they want, which is get the fuck out of the way, they still bag him for that too. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. We've got our target set for you.
So Mark, just in that story, if you go down, it comes down to the minister, Scanlon.
Okay, I had a feeling there was possibly more of a point to that. So, tell me when to stop.
It's after the picture of the security guard.
There's our security guard. All right. Cool.
Oh yeah, hang on. While you're there, no, yeah. So while you're there, just go back up. Stop. It says today's. No, just go back above to that. Hang on. The packed gallery. Go down a little bit. Down. I don't even know where you are now, Mark. Yeah, go down underneath that. Say packed gallery.
Oh, packed public gallery. Yep, cool.
Yep. So in this article that they've put out, it actually stopped. It actually stop.
I've stopped. I just wanted to get the picture a little bit in there to see if there was a packed gallery. It was packed full of media, perhaps.
No, it was packed. No, it wasn't. They were actually down in the room with the councillors down in the meeting. But I just wanted to point out, it states here that the council staff had to turn away members of the public who packed out the small public gallery.
Yeah,
that was not packed out. There was spare seats up there.
Just to clarify, are you saying that ABC News lied?
Well, must have, because I was there and that gallery was not packed out. there were spare seats available. So I don't know who they're saying that the council turned away, because as far as I'm aware, there were seats available up there that they could have been let in to view from. So I just wanted to point out.
While we're covering the mayor that allegedly lied, ABC News themselves have flat out fucking lied about how many people were there. A packed out gallery, but you're saying seats were available. You were saying earlier that, the police turned up, satisfied there was no one there causing any trouble, and buggered off.
That's correct.
Wow. Apparently the eyewitnesses begged to differ with you, ABC News, but I'm not surprised, since your left-wing fucking rag anyway. So, yeah.
So underneath that photo of the security guard, it'll say, in a statement, the local government minister, Megan Scanlon, said she would not take action until the CCC probe was completed. It's important that Queenslanders have confidence in their local government representatives. We are continuing to monitor this situation, but the CCC is the appropriate entity to investigate these matters. I will consider any options that may be available to me once the outcomes of this investigation are known.
There you go. And I believe that's what's been said from the word go, actually. Like, once it was all referred to the CCC, this is basically, the crux of the matter. But the lamestream media and our, Jenny Hill-driven councillors have not been able to accept this basic element of law, which, again, comes back to what we were saying, following the rule of law at the beginning of this, show. These are important things that people need to consider. But the media have continued to hound this man, our mayor that the people elected, to make sure he never gets a chance to do his job properly.
So further down in that same story, what happens now? The political scientist Maxine Newlands said, although Councillor Thompson's military history, yada, yada, but it says just underneath that, there is no reason why the Townsville mayor at this stage has to step down unless there are other reasons we are not aware of. Process has to take place. So at the point, she's actually saying there's no reason for, even though he's being investigated by the CCC.
Exactly. Again, it's an allegation.
That's right.
But, the Townsville Bulletin is not satisfied with allegations good enough to crucify you. Wow, I allege that the Townsville Bulletin is a corrupt, worthless pile of shit, should be disbanded and tossed to the wind. Is that good enough to have it shut down?
Well,
I'm just applying the same level of respect to the Townsville Bulletin that they give Troy Thompson.
Well, what's interesting, though, this Dr. Newlands then goes on to give examples of councils that have been dismissed for dysfunction and or fraud. So just further down under there. So in 2007, the Johnston Shire Council was dismissed. There was a vote of no confidence, and the council became so dysfunctional it couldn't perform the duties. And I think there was the Ipswich Council as well. I think that was done for fraud.
Yeah, we looked at that one earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was done for a lot more than fraud, if I remember correctly.
I think also that the Gold Coast mayor was under some sort of scrutiny. In the past 12 months, I think. To do with some real estate, apparently. So, selling things he shouldn't have, and that,
So that Ipswich, former Ipswich councillor, I believe we're talking about Paul Pasale. The guy kind of looks a bit like a rogue football player. 2 counts of extortion. In 2020, he pleaded guilty to 30 other charges, including fraud, sexual assault, and official corruption. So I mean, there's a reason to disband council and shit. I mean, in local government, Andrew Fraser dismissed the council due to internal conflict, inappropriate behaviour, and financial problems. But he seemed to be the perpetuator of these things. Wow. This is very, very interesting. Yeah, in 2019, entire Logan Council was sacked after 8 councillors, including the mayor, were charged with criminal offences, including fraud. So even there were 8 councillors involved in it as well. Have a look at that. That didn't seem to pop up in the Wikipedia thing. Where are the 8 councillors?
That's because then 2 years later they found that that wasn't accurate.
Okay. So what
I
the
think
8
I came across
councillors?
that there somewhere. Yeah.
So, but they're still reporting that 8 councillors were. So again, the ABC is misleading. It's giving us misinformation. Oh no, look out. Oh, that's right. They're exempt from misinformation. I forgot about that. And, I remember reading that. Everybody can get caught for misinformation unless you're mainstream media and a politician and, maybe pharmaceutical industry and the UN and,
If you look,
anybody that's most likely to lie.
If you look down to the second last thing I sent you, it says fraud charges against 8 former Logan City councillors dropped almost 2 years after sacking.
All right, let's have a look. I'm going to go through a myriad of stuff. Second last one. Yep. Got it. Nope, I don't got it. No, I did. It's just being a bit slack. There we go. So fraud charges again. 8 former Logan City councillors dropped almost 2 years after sacking. So they sacked them and then they find that it was fraud. So see, this is the important thing about making sure that, the people you're after actually are guilty. Something that, lamestream media has a bit of trouble with regarding some of these politicians. And and that's off the ABC themselves in 2021. But here they are in 2024. Council, I guess they haven't lied because the entire local city council was sacked after 8 were charged. Hang on. No, they have lied because they said we're charged. Well, I guess charged, but not convicted. Yeah, see, so
they were charged and then it was
road. That's a risky road, because they're certainly implying, I guess they haven't actually stated that they were all, they were charged, in fact, but they weren't, and it does say all charges were dropped. There you go. We have to continue to further on. So I apologize for calling them liars. Let's just say they've manipulated us enough to make us think these things. There you go. 7 councillors and the former mayor were charged by Queenslanders. So they still show them up and they're still, still going with they were charged. 2 years of hell. And something needs to happen to ensure this doesn't happen again. Wow. Yet here they are repeating history in a sense as they fucking, go for Troy Thompson. Fascinating, isn't it? Amazing what they can report.
Well, that is something for the Triple C, and, they have to use the law on this one, but I honestly can't see where Troy has broken any law, really.
Yeah, well, he come out and he confessed, yep, sorry, I got it wrong.
Even if he said it from an electoral point of view, as like the same as how they make promises, during the election campaign, and then the day they're elected, you don't see any of the promises come through. Are they held accountable for that? Their words, aren't they? Their words. People should be judged by their actions, not what they say, because you can't always be in control. That's a vice of your own. You can't always be in control of the things you say. Of course you're going to upset people sometimes by saying things. Look at you, Mark. They're calling you a barbecue now, right?
Yep. Well, I called myself a barbecue because I'm pretty sure that Actually, I discovered this little website here. Apparently, there's a Cookipedia. There's a whole Webipedia, fucking for lack of a better term. Our current database of cookers. I have to wonder, I don't know if I'm there yet. No, there's no Batty. No, Michael Gray Griffiths, he made the Cooker page, and Maria Z, no, I'm not good enough to be a part of their cooker page. But I've got the preemptive strike. I've got my barbecue name up there in case I make the cooker database. Look how shit this animation is. It's like from 1984 or some shit on the early days. Actually, it was probably a bit early, maybe more the 90s. Mid 90s fucking quality animation there. Wow. Yeah, I just thought I'd point that out. I was found that looking for other shit earlier. I thought it was pretty funny. So anyway, where were we? What were you saying?
Freedom from and freedom to association. These are the things that protect these people, just like their parties are private members' associations. That's why I think, I really do believe that if people started their communities within their suburbs, right, a private members' associations with an annual fee, and they then can start pulling a bit of weight behind the things that they actually want. It works because the same things that protect these politics and all this stuff and all the hierarchy are these same values: the freedom from association and the freedom to association. Right? Like, if I came here to talk to you, that's my freedom to associate with you, Mark. And no one can hold that against me. Yep. But you can't force me into a situation of associating, like saying, you're an Australian citizen. I'm the first person that will say, no, I am not. Right? That's an association. That's an institution. That's an ideology that I don't want to be a part of, right? People might say, well, that's very un-Australian of you. But yeah, we can have that conversation if you know what an Australian is, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. But otherwise, yeah.
No, fair enough. So some of the other things that have come to light, and Tracy, I don't know if you want to add some commentary to this one. Ineffective Johnston Shire Council sacked. So again, here we are in the wonderful realm of far north Queensland. Just a couple of 100 kilometres north of Townsville here, Innisfail. The Johnston Shire Council, based at Innisfail in far north Queensland, has been sacked. Queensland, and this is back in 2007, so it's before my time here in the far north, or in north. That's just confusing. Like, Townsville's considered, North Queensland, and anything above that is far north Queensland. Anyway, so Queensland Local Government Minister Andrew Fraser says he has been forced to dismiss the council because of internal conflict, inappropriate behaviour and financial problems. Mr Fraser has told State Parliament that councillors were formally told about the decision this afternoon. This is not a course of action about which I am enthusiastic, but is the necessary and right decision for the people of the Shire, centred on Innisfail in far north Queensland, he said. After suffering through an ineffective council for some time, which has become mirrored in a culture of bullying and petty argument at the cost of its constituents, the people of the Johnston Shire require strong, stable leadership and effective decision-making. Deputy Mayor George Purvin says he is disgusted. I think this decision from a Labor government, a supported Labor government, is unethical, un-Australian, un-everything, he said. Two councillors had tried to challenge the minister, but the case was quashed in the Cairns Supreme Court earlier this week. Mr Purvin says the sacking is the last thing the people of Innisfail need, having borne the brunt of Cyclone Larry last year and heavy flooding this week. Wow, so in the midst of flooding, they disbanded the council. Wow. Talk about an opportunity to seize crisis. We as a council have done nothing wrong or corrupt. We just stood on a few toes, he said. The Queensland Local Government Association says the situation is regrettable, but the state government has made the right decision. So there you go. The state government had the power to go in and remove the entire fucking council. And the Labor government is there at the crux of it again. I think we need to have a little bit more of a look at this particular story. I think we need to dive into this one and perhaps see if we can reach out to some of these people in the Council of Innisfail and see if they'd like to have a bit of a yarn about this. You know, maybe they've got some things they'd like to share with the general community. See what we can do, eh? You know, and if anybody knows anybody up there who, you know, wants to reach out to those councillors or whatnot and say, hey, there's this lunatic down in Townsville who will talk to anybody about anything, you know, he has this crazy idea about open-mindedness and you might want to come and share your thoughts there. By all means, pass on the information. And, you know, in case you haven't got the point, you know, maybe you're new to the channel, NQ Freedom Network at protonmail.com. Feel free to drop me a line. So, there you go. Good old Labor at it again.
Well, where to from here, eh?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. We got a whole bunch of shitloads of fucking comments. My God. I'm just going to skip through down to here and just go, Jake Sawyer's right on. Why was Jake Sawyer right on? After council sacked, unelected administrators take over. There you go. It turns out to be a popular actor. Actually, there were some questions I starred. There's an idea. We can go have a look at this. This is right from the beginning. Why do they get immunity necklace and we get the guillotine? Wow, I guess because they make the laws would be the simple answer to that one, Marla. Isn't the mayor voted in by the people or is it the councillors? Yes, we the people voted the mayor in, but the councillors have pushed him out, which is a bit sad. So all he had to do is say it was a slip of the tongue and correct it. Well, he did, but that wasn't good enough for the lamestream media who have continued to hound him, and the councillors has used that as the crowbar to pry him out, for lack of a better term. So it comes down to, did he lie? Well, that is a very good question, Clark. I think that is the question. Did he lie, or was it just a misappropriation of terms or something? I don't know. I can't think of a better way to put it. You know, did he just fuck up? You know, I have reached out to Troy. He knows where I am. He knows he can come on at any time. He has expressed interest in doing so at some point. We'll just have to see how things go. You know, at the moment he is on stress leave. So, you know, I think, you know, after, you know, and you can imagine, like, you know, what the poor guy's been through, you know, and, you know, and just imagine one day you're happy as Larry. You've managed to sway the people of all of Townsville to elect you as mayor, and then the berating start. Well, I mean, it started before he was even mayor. They just started hammering. You know, Townsville Bulletin in particular, which is vicious, and every day for months they've just hammered him and hammered him and hammered him, and all the media have hammered him and hammered him, and you've got, you know, 6 Labor cronies, you know, Team Jenny Hill in the council waiting for you, you know, sitting there like a pack of vultures waiting for you to fall over, you know, as the continuous pecking and assault of the mainstream media onslaught continues. Can you imagine what that'd be like? You know, every day having to answer these fucking questions over and over again, constantly defending yourself. You know, how he's managed to achieve a bid in council, from what I understand, and I have to look a little bit more into that to see what he's managed to achieve. But, you know, I was talking to somebody just the other day in the street, and wow, he's doing some amazing job with the transparency, loving what we can see is in council for a change, instead of always behind closed doors and, you know, and all that sort of jazz. So from what I'm seeing, you know, the general public have been relatively impressed with him, regardless of this constant onslaught. This is the big shit show that they continuously use to sway you. And, like, was one of these articles I seen. There was one I had here before. I was looking for no. It was one of the towns. It was a bully. It was a bully one. No. I don't know. I've lost it now. Anyway, And you go through this one article, and within it, it keeps referencing its own fucking onslaught on him. And there's like 20 just in this one article. They've referenced 20 other articles where they've just hammered him. And it's by their own admission. Look how proud. It's like a badge of honor. How many times they've thrown a knife at the poor guy. Can you imagine what's going through his head right now? Imagine how you would feel being completely, your whole council's pretty much turned your back on you, been holding, meetings behind your back and doing all sorts of dodgy shit to get rid of you. Imagine how you'd feel. Really, really have a good think about that.
I feel terrible already.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's not nice.
It's like, I have to wonder how many, of the people in council in their schoolyard years caused other people to have an eating disorder, or traumatized some other member of the school by being complete bullies, because they're fucking certainly being good at it now. Yeah, is it? And I have to wonder: is this a lifelong sociopathic behavior for a lot of these people in council? Not saying everyone, but I can sort of certainly in my mind envision certain people being that way, particularly after what I've seen recently. I can imagine they'd be that kind of person. But anyway.
So, Mark, I actually sent you the documents that I think it was Chris Loft. I think he's gone to jail. I've sent you the document that he sent to Mr. Fitzgerald and the Commission, stating that the legislative provisions.
Hang on, before we go any further, via Telegram.
Yes.
Is that the Army Reserve record stuff up? Oh, that's part
no.
of the choice.
I'm just trying to get back so I can let you know what it is, but it's not letting me do it. So I'm 2 seconds.
Maybe it hasn't come through because I'm not seeing it here.
It's there. It's not working. No. Oh, there it is. Okay, so go to the Chris Loft PDF.
It's not here.
Okay, so go above. Okay, let me go. Hang on.
Yeah,
One,
shut that down and
2,
I'll put it up
3,
again.
4, 5, 6. The sixth from the bottom.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There it is. I had to refresh the thing. That wasn't there before. Weird. We will go with Firefox. Yeah, cool. That worked. Beautiful. Saves me having another one. So to the Honourable Miss. Oh, you go ahead.
So it does actually say the legislative provisions that the second police officers, the CCC and the DPP, failed to abide by the Criminal Code 1899 Queensland Section 580AB. If we go through that, it gives you the background. So he became mayor. So the background info, it actually says that he had an appointment with a property developer who he always thought was a little suspicious, was scheduled for him without his knowledge. This person attempted to offer him a bribe in exchange for voting in favour of his developments. So he actually went to the CCC, I think, on a few things, because I think this is also the one that found that slush fund.
Oh, shit, that's a beer.
Of $2 million. So in actual fact, though, how this all turned around on him, I haven't read the whole document, but if you have a look, they've actually blackened out the parts of who they spoke to for that investigation.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, redacted.
Yep. So he was a mayor for 2 years, and during the time, the Labor government went through 3 different local government ministers. From my experience, it appeared that every time I tried to highlight the systemic corruption within the local government to the people whose job it is to oversee or eliminate corruption, they would be moved on and therefore unable to act.
It's like Labor all over, isn't it?
It
They
appears
are
the way
fucking a bunch of criminals.
it appears the way to handle corruption in Queensland is to simply play musical chairs and pretend it does not exist, while the people of Queensland pay the price.
There you go. That doesn't seem like there's a higher place of corruption than the Labor government, is there? Fucking
Yeah,
bald
so-
drones.
So when there really is corruption and someone tries to point it out, they obviously just keep moving people around until it goes
Make it
away.
impossible for you to actually do anything.
Yep. Because I'm pretty sure this is the guy that ended up in jail. They turned it around on him.
And here they are straight away doing the same thing to Troy. The Labor onslaught. So, Troy's claims about, ALP, Australian Liar Party. Australian Labor Party. Did I say Liar Party? I wonder what made me say that. The Australian Labor Party. I'm having trouble feeling a bit sick, but anyway. Australian Labor Party, over and over again, doing the same fucking shit, eh?
So towards the end of this letter, it is clear to the entire world that the CCC was corrupted and second detectives did not do their job properly due to the directions being given and their own disregard for the rules. The real question that needs to be asked is
where are you at?
At the very last page of that letter, 5.
Oh, yep. Oh, yeah, it is included. Yeah. So it is clear that it is clear to the entire world that the CCC was corrupted and the second detective did not do the job properly. Wow. That doesn't spell well for poor Troy if the CCC is corrupted.
Well, the real question that needs to be asked is why this culture of cover-ups, hunting down whistleblowers, and intimidation of witnesses who threaten to expose the corruption within this government occurs in the first place. If you require more evidence, I would be happy to attend for an interview to elaborate on my treatment of the hands of the CCC and the second QPS officers who were tasked with investigating me. So he goes on to give a list of how it all went down, or the list of what happened.
Now, is this the same dude that's in this list of? Oh no, that's a different guy. So it's not that.
No, it's Chris Loft.
Yeah, and was he the deputy mayor or something?
No, he was the mayor.
He was the mayor. Where was he the mayor of? Sorry.
Fraser Coast.
Fraser Coast, right?
Yep. And that was in April of 2016.
Wow. Great find there, Tracy. Great find. Just gets better and better. And they've done all they can to protect the names of those who have done it. So there's that. What was the picture we had up before? Immunity for prosecution. There you go. There's that immunity at work there, right there in these redacted elements.
Yeah. So the next one down after that in there is actually the former Fraser Coast Mayor, Chris Loft, sentenced to jail for misconduct in public office. So he was after that. Yeah, that's it. So after he tried to get the corruption that he had witnessed himself, they then come back at him with has been sentenced to 12 months jail, suspended after 6 months after being found guilty of using his position to push for his former campaign manager to be appointed to a newly created chief of staff role. Gee, I don't know. Have we heard of somebody else getting jobs for family members and wives and other things around
wasn't
town?
that the entirety of Team Jenny Hill, the Labor Party? That's pretty much how they function. And my own personal account, I remember being told by union labor crony back in the day, look, just delete your Facebook posts and toe the line, and you'll get a lot of work with us. You can imagine my response.
Yes, they all have their tricks of the trade to cover stuff up, or try and hide it. That's for sure.
Might need someone to start dealing with these comments. I'm sort of really lagging off you.
Not me.
Oh, I know, not you. I know, not you. Maybe one of my tech support crew can help out there.
They're all falling asleep.
So they're not very dedicated to their tech support role.
I think we've got a couple asleep. One's still awake, and
well, I've noticed the noise levels have dropped down out there, so obviously the little ones are gone down. Not that they're much tech support. I think they're more, like gremlins in the machine more than anything. Batty, this is why I say use the original Commonwealth Constitution of Australia against them. They are liable. Then we can move forward together. Hey, look, I'm totally for you, but as you can see, people have tried to use the law, as stated here by Chris Loft, and they done this to him instead. Yeah. So, and it looks like they've got their sights set to do the same sort of thing to Troy. We've got to, really keep an eye on this situation and, do what we can to try and help out here, because it looks like they're going to try and nail him to the wall for fuck all, while you've got all these pedos and other criminal factions running amok.
Yeah, well, it does state in there that the local government minister, Sterling Hinchcliffe, exercised his power under the Local Government Act to recommend the Governor in Council dismiss Loft as Mayor of the Council in February 2018 for serial breaches, including inappropriate conduct or misconduct. So...
there you go. Plagued by allegations of misconduct and corruption during Loft's tenure. Wow. The issues culminated in the arrest of Loft while still in his role as mayor on charges of official misconduct and computer hacking at the end of 2017. Well, I look at this guy, and I don't mean to be rude, because he's got grey hair and looks rather elderly, but he doesn't look like no fucking computer hacker to me. Now, given that, how many people of that kind of age group that I have to help with computers, I've never come across one of that generation that I would see as a computer hacker. I'm fucking good with this shit, and I wouldn't call myself a computer hacker. Wow. If you believe that whopping load, wow, you'll believe anything, eh? Safe and effective. Fuck.
If you go down a bit longer in that story, it says Premier Scholes Council, Premier Anastasia visits the Fraser Coast and tells the council to grow up and start acting responsibly.
In other words, shut up and toe the line.
Yeah, she writes a scathing letter, it reckons.
Where is that? Is that a bit further down?
Yeah.
What's our
headline? Below that. Keep going. Keep going.
Go.
You'll have a photo of her. You can't miss her.
We're looking for the old turkey neck. There it is. Yeah. Tells the council to grow up and start acting responsibly, which means do as you were told. Your Socialist Workers' Party has your best interests in mind. Open letter.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll see if we can do something.
Fascinating. This has got a lot to go into, eh? And and again, I just can't help but come back to it. I'm gonna, show you how to find it. Constitution Watch. constitutionwatch.com.au. Let me wait for the internet to catch up. And we type in the wonderful word labor. And we scroll down. Exclusive red shirt scandal. Did police pervert the course of justice? Did senior police pervert the course of justice? And here's the statement from a policeman himself, Detective Leading Senior Constable of Police. In 2018, I know I've said this a few times, but I think it's important at this particular moment in time. In 2018, Victoria's Ombudsman found Labor had misused $388,000 during the Red Skirt scandal. Below is an exclusive release of a police task force member's official statement revealing revelations that senior police could have perverted the course of justice to protect Labor Party members and stop influence over the 2018 Victorian election. The task force on the matter was stopped from arresting 17 Labor parliamentarians and gagged from speaking about the matter. Now we ask you, the court of public opinion, was the course of justice perverted? There's the question. Another one where it's all about questions today. What was that? What happened? By all means, go to that webpage, find it for yourself. I'm even going to make life easy for those who are able to receive the comments and give it to you. Here it is. Go and have a look. See it for yourself. There's a 29-page document right there with all the lovely redactions that, nothing says official like redactions. Very easy website to use. You're going to scroll through it. Really good and easy. If you get your cursor in the right spot, it just does it. There you go. Look at all that shit. Lots of redactions, lots of statements, lots of things made, all written out good and proper. You can see it for yourself. And you can even download it from here and share it with all your mates. So yeah, I kind of feel like we've done everything. Is that correct, or is there more? Did you send me a few more things, Tracy? Is there something else we need to look at?
No, the only other one that I sent you was the Barnaby Joyce one.
Oh yes, we can't let him off the hook. Can't let him off the hook. Fuck no. Right. Barnaby Joyce corrects Army Reserve record after claiming he served for longer than he did. Anybody else having a case of deja vu? 14th of February 2018. As far as I know, isn't he still acting in government? Shit, I think I got a splinter.
Well, apparently it was up there. This was whatever he put down was up there for 12 years, and it was corrected finally after that point when it was brought to his attention.
Wow. These dates appeared on his official biography on Parliament House website for 12 years. 12 years he was allowed. Shit, Troy Thompson couldn't get through a couple of weeks. Fuck me, somebody dropped the ball on that 12-year bloody episode, but truth, they were straight on it. They must have learned their lesson. Clearly, that's what it was. Hang on, we got to watch these Army records. Remember when Barnaby Joyce did that in 2018? Yeah, but we let him go. We're not going to let this guy go. Now, fuck that shit. We're going to ram right through on this one. Troy Thompson, look out, steamroller coming at you. You nailed your feet to the ground. You got no hope.
Yeah, because apparently he said that he was in the Army Reserve for 5 years. but in actual fact, he didn't quite make the 5 years. He was there for, I think it was 4 years and 10 months or something, to be
Really?
actually precise.
Yeah, 4 years and 10 months. So that's not 5 years. How dare you round it up? But when you go and pay for something in cash and it's 98 cents, they round it up to $1. That's okay for the bankers to do that, but not you.
That's right. And there's been a bit of controversy of exactly what the years were. So it says he served in the Army Reserve from 1996 to 2001, according to his military record. But the office initially advised he'd served from 1995 to 2003, 3 more years than he did. So there's been a few different dates sort of bandied around. So, but the incorrect dates have been corrected, but were on his official Parliament House biography for 12 years.
Wow. And the military police didn't knock down his door and arrest him, eh?
No, apparently not.
Barnaby Joyce. Let's see if I spelt that right. Oh, no, it's a Y, not an I. Silly me. One day I'll learn to spell. Yeah, that's good old Wikipedia, because it's the source of all important information here. And 2016 and 2018, 2008 and 2000. Yeah, well, he certainly served after that period, because that was 2018.
Yeah, and apparently the Tamworth RSL didn't have a problem either, because he was sworn in to the sub-branch.
Oh,
and he actually wore his father's and grandfather's medals for the occasion.
So no denouncement from the RSL or anything like that. Not like they did with Troy. Mr. Joyce's office only served 1996 2001. Parliamentary Liberal made second error around the same time the dates of his charge 99 official blame the editor. The initial search has shown that the editors of the Parliamentary Handbook appeared to be responsible for the error relating to the period. Wow, handball. There you go. So he was allowed to go and work with a prime minister after that.
Yeah, so because see on his
well, he was working with a prime minister and worked with yet another one. Fascinating.
True, because see on his suit, there's no medals to his left side, because you have to be in there for 5 years before you actually get given a medal, which is why the medals on the right-hand side are from his grandfather and great-grandfather.
Right.
Yeah, the same as what Troy did, remember, at the Anzac Day. So Troy had the medals to his right that he was wearing from his family.
Yep.
Which sparked then the curiosity.
Yeah, or further inflamed it, I believe. Magpie was onto it before that, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure when Magpie was onto it, but no, I think it was Anzac Day that brought it to light.
We'll have to dig through. Well, we will come back to you on that one. We will have a little bit more of a look into exactly how the events unfolded, because so much shit has happened so quickly, and it's such a busy time of the year too. There's so much shit's going on.
Yeah, well, with much consideration, Mark. I mean, if the Triple C's got a job to do, it must give a lot of consideration to Troy with regards to all these other matters at hand too, isn't it? Much consideration.
Well, I think most disturbingly, is this thing from Chris Loft. I think we'll have to see if we can reach out and get a hold of him and see if he would be interesting in talking to us, because he seems like he has a lot to say. I mean, was he arrested and locked up, or?
I'm not sure. I didn't actually get to read it. It was very fine, that print, and I didn't really get to see it that well.
Tracy, was Chris Loft actually, like, I believe there was allegations and they tried to get him, but did they get him? Was he actually locked up?
Yeah, I think it's in that article. I'll just need to open that up.
All right, so yeah, I'll just at the stage. So we're back at this article. Just to make documents public. Council votes to make public a series of documents explaining how the mayor got secret access to the chief executive's email. That's interesting.
He was sentenced to 12 months jail.
Yeah, so he was locked up. So I'm assuming he's out now, though.
Yeah. So it was sentenced to 12 months jail and suspended after 6 months.
Yeah. Yeah, pleads not guilty. Former mayor found guilty a month later. 5 days in trial. Man, they must have had a lot of shit to make it a 5-day fucking trial.
So it also says on one part of that there, it says Loft still faces 1 count each of secrecy and use of a restricted computer to be dealt with in the magistrate's court.
And that's what they classify as hacking.
Must been. Yeah, restricted computer.
Wow, astounding. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope we've shed an astounding amount of light on the utter bullshit that we here have to deal with in the alleged government. It's yeah, some pretty full on shit. There were some other things I had starred, so let's have a quick look. Yes, we did address that was being a liar. People need to start hammering the council with complaints about everything. Wholeheartedly agree. Let's make them accountable. Let's ask the questions. And speaking of which, actually, thank you for reminding me from way back at 9 o'clock, Marla. There were some interesting questions that I've conjured up in the last week or so. One is a very important question. Because the water supply, the Guardian wanted to hang shit on. The Guardian went through our first interview with Troy and decided to focus in on the fluoride issue. One of the few things outside of the military record that they picked on. So there's only 2 things that I've seen them pick out of an entire 2-hour fucking podcast was the fluoride issue. And I think that's something we should definitely be asking our council about. And not just fluoride, like how much are they putting in? How often are they putting it in? But what other chemicals are being put in? I don't know about you, but I've got multiple filters on my tap because shit, I can't even bring the cup to my fucking face. With the amount of chlorine that just wafts out of the glass if you pour it straight out of the tap, it's putrid. If I grab water straight out of the tap and put it in the fish tank with the fish fucking die. That is a personal observation. I've lost a few fish from this shit. So we've learned that we have to filter the water before we put it in the fish tank. Otherwise, the fish will die. What the hell are they doing with our water? I think we need to ask that question. What is the current state of our water? How clean is it? How good is it? As I understand it, the Townsville Dam is our only source of water. And we should be very concerned about what's going on in our dam, especially now that they're talking about allowing fishing in there. Why do they allow barra fishing in there? Is there an excessive amount of barra in there doing damage to the dam, perhaps, that we need to do that sort of thing to cull the numbers? But is recreational fishing in our water supply pissing in our water supply, so to speak? What kind of effects are we going to get from having people running around fishing all the bloody time in our water? What's going to come of that? You think about all the bait they're throwing in, fishing lines, and is that going to get caught up in the machinery of the dam? Bits of hooks and God knows what else. Will they be allowing petrol-driven motors to leak oils and petrols and all sorts of other shit in there? These are questions we should be asking in regards to our water supply, I think. The Horton pipeline, they been raving on about it for ages. Labor reckons it was a great achievement. Where the fuck is it? How far off is it? Do they have the funding they need? How much more funding are they going to require? Is it going to cost me? Is it going to cost you? It's another good question. What were some of the other questions I had? Help me out, guys, if you guys can think of some questions too. Questions to ask of our council, I mean, again, I want to reiterate that, has anyone actually complained to council to say that they want Troy removed? Because when I speak to the general public, I see everybody going, something stinks. Maybe if you support Troy and you don't think the council should have done should have done what they've done, perhaps we need to voice that concern. Write to your local council member and say, I do not agree with what you've done. You're a dodgy bunch of dogs. Let him do his fucking job. We elected him. Leave him alone. Let the ACCC do their thing. In the meantime, can we have a fucking mayor? I don't recall authorizing any of them to do what they've done. And none of them asked my opinion. They certainly never asked us. So that's not very transparent. That's not very becoming as far as I'm concerned. What else is potentially in that budget that they were trying to hide? How much debt is there? What did Team Jenny Hill do over the last few years? Well, one of the things that seems to have ruined this town is the parking meters in town. Now, do you honestly think they're going to stop with just parking meters in town? I mean, is it good enough that they ruined the Townsville city to the point that nobody wants to go in there unless you have to work there? I avoid the place like a plague because I'm not going to pay him fucking for your meters. I don't give a shit if it's only $1 an hour, whatever. Fuck that shit. Why should I have to pay for parking? In my mind, and tell me if I'm insane, but I feel as though the council's job is to provide services and facilities. We give them shitloads of money every fucking year. Provide what we need. Don't take away parking lots and fill them with buildings and then go, oh my God, we've got no parking. Oh, the only thing I can think of is fining you and making you pay some more. Let's restrict the people's ability to park. Even though we've got a shitty public transport system. So I don't know how you're encouraging people. It's like, we're going to stop you from parking by creating this parking fining payment system shit that they've got. Thus fundamentally forcing you towards something such as public transport, which is about as inefficient as it possibly could be here in Townsville. It's fucking pathetic. It really is. I think it's like 20 minutes to half an hour between buses in most places. I hate public transport. I want to get in my car. I want to go where I've got to go, get what I've got to done, and come back. There ain't enough time stuffing around, sitting in a bus stop for 20 minutes to half an hour, or even an hour, depending on what day of the week it is. I haven't got that kind of time, especially not while living under a Labor government. We're going to work so bloody often. So, I have to wonder, because they've made no declarations to fix that by going, oh, sorry, we were wrong. We'll get rid of the parking meters and actually provide parking because that's what we're supposed to fucking do. That's what you elected us to do, is provide services. So will they do it again? Do they have plans to install more parking meters? Because it seems that's the strategy. Another question that pops into my mind: this insane amount of cameras we've got around. I mean, when I first moved here, I'm like, "Fuck me!" There's a lot of cameras for a small town. This is a bit disturbing. I'm a bit worried about this," says the man sitting in front of a camera. But have any of these cameras actually solved any crimes? How much money has the installation of these cameras cost? How much does it cost us to keep the operators running 24 hours a day? Where is this information being stored? How long is it being stored for? I believe these are very relatively important questions, very important questions that we should be asking these councillors. Who's seeing it? What kind of, security measures are in play? You've got these things in fucking playgrounds around little kids. Have these viewers of this footage been vetted for pedophilia? Do any of them have associations with, child grooming gangs, or are any of them, perhaps in links or leagues with child traffickers? What kind of security measures have been put in place to protect the public from this kind of overbearing Chinese-like state? I think it's a very important question. Yeah. Blackboard, Tracy, any questions you can think of?
No, not really. No, not. That's pretty self-explanatory. Once again, everyone else is getting away with it. At very, very high levels, mind you. Like I said, for something so infinitesimal as far as I'm concerned, once again, yeah, it's just, it's an outrage. People should be in contact with their representatives about this. Yeah. Because, I mean, everyone was asking for it, right? And look, maybe Troy's, look, like I said, I don't know the man personally, right? Maybe Troy's not the man for the job, but let his actions be that guide, not just for some silly little thing that is said and done. Actions speak louder than words. We're not in the schoolyard now. Come on, everybody. Actions speak louder than words. And look, I even believed that there was a bit of light at the end of that tunnel. I really did. I heard the conversations you were having earlier, Batty, with Christian, with Troy, and the hope that these people exude. They were talking a different talk, right? But it seems that no one was listening to the talk that they were talking. They were more focused on where we're going to get him, where was the tripwire, where did he slip up, so that we can use it for his downfall, But please, if we're going to make any reasonable decision, at least let it based on their actions, please. Not because someone said something or I don't like it. Come on, we're out of the schoolyard now, please.
Exactly. It feels like we're in the schoolyard, though. I think that's a perfect analogy for it. This is the giving people eating disorders fucking shit. This is the bullying people till they've got mental health issues. Like these, the mainstream media, the Labor government in particular, they've definitely acted like a bunch of schoolyard children. I mean, you look at bloody Parliament time or whatever. Any moment you look at, the government. In communicating with each other, they carry on like fucking children.
No, Parliament.
Any sort of adult commentary.
Look at how they carry on in Parliament. You can remember a day when they never used to carry on like that in Parliament. I'm of the belief that it's just a show. It really is a show because. It's all this tit for tat, and they're supposed to be reasonable representatives that we've got in play, and they're still on about little things, and just, well, that's what you get when you get a bunch of lawyers in your parliament, which they shouldn't be there anyway, and that's it. That's where all the trouble starts, when you get lawyers in parliament, the gift of the gab, man, the art of doublespeak, and look what's happened. Look what mess we're in now. Still walking on the shitty highways that we thought there was a little bit of light coming through the end of the tunnel, and only to find out it's a bloody train coming the other way.
Exactly.
Right?
And that Metallica lyrics actually.
Yeah, but it's a train of it's a train of propaganda. Come on, it's propaganda. And we know how powerful propaganda, any television commercial will tell you that, folks. Come on. When are we going to, come on, we have to see this through.
And it's coming from socialist workers' parties at the moment, and truth. The Nazis were continuously accused of propaganda campaigns and control of the media, and we're seeing the same fucking thing right now, I mean, those who think we're fighting against socialism, sorry, we've already lost. Socialism's already here. Communism is just on the rise, this is how it started in Russia. This is how it started in Nazi Germany. This is exactly, what is happening now. I'd like to think we have the ability to stop it at this particular point. But if we don't do something fucking quick, we're in a lot of shit. I just remembered actually, before we started this show, I'm glad we moved it to 8 o'clock because Michael, one of the main men from the Cooker party here, here he is. He made it to the Cooker Cookerpedia, as they call it. I'm not as cool as Michael, but he gave me a call and he's like, man, I ran into this Channel 7 reporter whose name is, just let me check this, because we wouldn't want to be accused of misinformation or misleading the people. Darren's having a good time checking out bands. He's unable to join us today because he's checking out some Zepp boys. Anyway, here it is. So this is Paul Dowsley. Good old Paul Dowsley. And Michael's seen him in the streets. He's the man who accused freedom fighters of peeing at the Shrine of Remembrance, and where the Australian people were assaulted by the Victorian Police Department, and multiple rubber bullets shot at men, women, and children. And this is you can find this on Cafe Lockout's X account at the moment. He called me and said, "Man, you got to use this in the show." Apologies, Michael. I should have done this earlier, but at least I'm getting to it now. And it's probably a good thing we've done it now, because I've only watched these numbers rise and rise and rise. And, I just want to give an observation that, I'm looking at 304 people watching us at the moment through this channel. And I know there's other people on, like, say, Rumble channels that are not being counted right now. So, if I look over there, there's another 100 odd. And anyway, we're probably looking at more like close to 400 or 500 people live at the moment. This is a bit of a guess. It's a bit hard to say with so many channels being streamed, but it's probably good that we're doing it now because we've got more people watching than we did earlier. I'd also like to note that the likes and the heart thingies and the how's it go again? You want to do it like that, don't you? Yeah. And the likes and whatnot, is at 10%. 10% of people are really liking this, even though they're watching it. Anyway, it's good to know, and I've watched that rise. There was a point there; it was 222 people watching and 22 likes. Gotta love those synchronistic moments. Just like to point that out. But yeah, definitely, if you like what you're seeing, please like it. I understand, one of the people I ran into the other day in the street, we're saying how they really love the show, and but Rumble has decided they wanted to ask for a little bit more identification. And I get it. You can watch this on Rumble or YouTube without logging in to an account or anything like that. That's great. But I'd just like you to give a thought to the fact that I've had to give them a lot of information about who I am. My face is even here right now. And as a result, has become nationwide, thrown all over Channel 7, Channel 9, Channel 10, Murdoch Media, newspapers, the fucking Guardian, even A Current Affair. I've gone nationwide now through mainstream media, not to mention worldwide through this platform. My face is all over the fucking place, my name, everything, So what are you hiding from? Are you saving anything? It's just, but if you create a little account, even if you give them bullshit details. You don't have to tell them the truth to create an account, to be able to click like and support the channel and to share the shit out of this stuff. And, and those things help, obviously being a Patreon and making a little donation, a contribution and things like that, that really fucking helps. And I really want to thank all those amazing people, Jeannie Lee, Jennifer, Gaza, Mark, Carla, Karina, Ruben, Fiona, Shane, Jake Soy, the Indigenous crew, Richo, all those amazing people who have reached out in one way, shape, or form. Rock, I seen the other day. He walked up. He's like, "Look, man, I don't do this digital shit, but here's a couple of bucks. Flip me some cash. Awesome, man. Love that shit. Thanks heaps, guys." Everybody who chips in like that definitely makes a big fucking difference because it allows me to buy some new toys and new things that I can help make this show a little bit more interesting. But I've gone on a complete different rant there. Without further ado, this is what happened when Michael seen the reporter Paul Dowsley today.
Somebody said the guy was top class for $1,000 a month. Huge listener? That's what I heard. And I said, what part of get fucked don't you understand? Yeah. I'll make it very plain. You get 2 weeks and after that you get Germanics. Yeah. Russians. I need the owner to tell me that. For me to be able to put that on the news. Well, he won't. I can't, no, of course. Of course he won't. Do this. Hey, do like this. They wanted to charge me. Yeah. I'm happily speaking to him. No, he's hiding behind this camp.
And they wouldn't do it. And they went home that night. The cameraman was filming her from Nottingham Station and was filming my head.
How are you, buddy? I was still on news. Thank you for watching. The news guy, yeah? How many people did you see? Oh, I thought you did 5 people today? No, 5's okay. 5's okay. This fellow's just trying to tell me something about the protest.
No, what I'm saying is why we had the army people there.
I need to know why
And the reporter. But we were begging. We were begging you to film it. You were there. I saw you at the CMFU protest.
This is why
wasn't there any? What I'm saying, from those protests, why wasn't there any balance? And he was crying and he couldn't shoot. But why wouldn't you film it? You were there, you saw it. You never talked about
everything.
We didn't see him on the TV.
Did you watch?
Yes, we did watch.
I have no idea what particular incident you were talking about.
The armoured vehicles on the street shooting us.
Let me assure you, if we had shots of that, we would have put it to
We had
rest.
shots of that.
Show me that.
Absolutely.
If we had shots of that, we showed plenty of shots of Thompson chucking people, headlocking people, capsicum spraying people. If you didn't see that on the news, then you're blind. No, if you didn't see us showing police violence.
I'm not being rude.
No, I'm
not being rude. I'm just
you
trying to
speak. You're talking over me.
speak.
My point is, we were broadcasting plenty of police brutality, plenty of police violence. Why would we keep that off the news, mate?
That was the question I was asking.
We have no reason to keep that off
That's
the
the
news.
question I was asking.
We put it on the news every other night, the protest. I'm not aware of the specific shot that you're talking about. I'm thinking
I don't recall anything happening since
There was the morning of the crime. And one more thing. You were saying we were urinating. I can't fucking find it on the business. I'm going to expect to see it here. But I do have it on here.
Well, let me do it again. If that happened and we had footage of it, either we captured it or we saw it somewhere on social media or it was sent to us, we would put it to air. There's no reason.
Wow. I know it was a bit hard to hear there, but it seems like he was defending himself pretty good there. Apparently, if there was shots of people being shot, they would have put it on the news. Funny how there's so much footage all over the place from, these right-wing cookers and all, lunatics who are there at the, protesting, the most draconian times in Australian history, but he couldn't see any footage. They fucking certainly bloody went through my channel with a fine-tooth comb trying to find something on Troy Thompson, but they couldn't find any shots of people being shot at on the internet. They weren't fucking looking real hard. They were there. They had cameras, and they must have been fucking blind. I reckon they all need a bloody CNI dog. How fucking stupid do they think we are? What a cockknocker. Thoughts?
Well, I'm not too sure whether I heard some talk about someone urinating there, and I think it was after the fact. If I'm incorrect, can someone just leave it in the comments? But I'm sure it was after the fact that, if I can remember and recollect, they made a big deal about someone urinating near the temple. Shrine. What you think is a war memorial. But anyway,
Mm-hmm. So what they're referring to here is there we go. So protesters in Melbourne saw demonstrators urinate on the Shrine of Remembrance, CEO says. Now, it is a bit hard to hear on that, but as Michael was recounting to me, he basically what that fella said was that they were given, somebody told them that it happened, they never checked it, and that was good enough for them. So this is the Shrine of Remembrance, where all these protesters were shot at by police. And maybe we'll actually let's play this video.
Veterans are furious this morning after protesters stormed one of the most sacred monuments in Melbourne, the Shrine of Remembrance.
The so-called freedom fighters made it to the backdrop for their latest rally. They were eventually removed by police. For more, we're joined by the Shrine of Remembrance CEO, Dean Lee. Good morning to you. We are so sorry. These were terrible scenes yesterday. How would you describe them?
Yesterday's scenes really was quite appalling. It was an absolute slight against the honoured memory of our servicemen and women, that protesters would come to Melbourne's Shrine of Remembrance to pursue their own selfish interests was a disgusting and dreadful thing.
Dean, just watching the image, I saw yourself and others who this site means so much to, with tears in their eyes yesterday after with the clean-up that was underway. They tried to draw parallels, these protesters, to fighting for freedom. How did that make you feel?
I think it's a perversion. To take that position is an absolute perversion of what this place truly represents. The Shrine Memorial behind me represents the suffering of an entire community during a time of global crisis. We're facing a global crisis now, but this is not one that should divide us as Australians. It's one that should bring us together. And this place represents that which is best in Australia, not that which is worst in this country.
What would you say to them? Maybe some of them realised. Do you think some of them didn't realise the significance somehow?
Look, there's no doubt that a number of people within the protest group yesterday did recognise the importance and significance of this place. Some of them did actually speak out to try and encourage people to act respectfully while they were here at the shrine. So many of them did know. And I think that we saw that in the fact that there was no permanent damage caused to the shrine. There was broken glass, there was rubbish, there was even urination on parts of this sacred monument, which is absolutely appalling. But there was no lasting damage after that group left this place.
It is
very pleasing.
Let's call it what it is. It's absolutely unforgivable, and I don't accept that there could be anyone there. There could have been among the crowd that didn't know the significance of that site. We're hoping we don't see a repeat of it again today. There have been pictures of another day of protests. Just praying, I guess, Dean, that none of them return there.
I am praying that they don't return here. Over the last 18 months, a number of smaller protest groups have come to the shrine. Nothing like what we saw yesterday. And I would implore that group of people to think deeply and carefully about what it is they're seeking to achieve through their protest efforts. Coming to this sacred place to pursue those interests is unacceptable to the community. It's unacceptable to the veteran community. And it is not something which serves Australia well or their role or their interests well. So please do not come.
Yeah, you've said it well, Dean. Thank you very much, and let's hope and pray it doesn't happen again.
And deeply offensive to those who've lost their lives fighting for this country as well.
Wow, it's amazing how often they will go and ask for public opinion, but at no point did they approach any of the protesters and get their view on that one. If there was a bunch of greenies, doing their thing, chaining themselves to fences and shit, they always let them have their say. But they had no one was allowed to have their say. No, I don't see any coverage of the police shooting at the men, women, and children who were fighting for their freedom. And they're allegedly fighting for freedom. What a horrible fucking thing. That does my head in.
Yeah, but many protests went on at many different memorials around the country, as we know, but we never seen anything as violent as that at a particular memorial or shrine. Is it a shrine or a memorial? Because shrine denotes temple. Temple of what exactly?
They call it the shrine. I mean, again, I see the Roman columns. I see this, again, what I would consider a rather Masonic structure here. We've got steps like a pyramid. We've got what looks like the Olympic torch, which is something that you see in the hands of, say, the Statue of Liberty, for example. And again, another monument that is, perpetuated through things such as the Olympic Games. These are my observations, just looking at it, just by what I see.
And that's just on the outside.
It raises a lot of questions. Again, like as you said, shrine, it does denote a form of religious reverence.
I want to know what it is, because I mean that's a pretty big memorial, and it certainly attracted a lot of attention on the day, and saying that these people were, and to anyone urinating if it's a memorial to anyone urinating on that spot, well, that is very, very disrespectful. But once again, I didn't see any footage or other
As
than
far as I know, it
that
never happened.
hearsay.
Unsubstantiated claim. You know, the mainstream media again ran with it without actually providing any fucking proof of the claim. They just, somebody said it and we're going to make a story about it. Well, I say mainstream media is full of shit. I guess that's good enough.
Well,
because I said
maybe this is connected or not, but you know, I don't know if that place would be an ideal place for any protesting in the future because of the laws that changed in Victoria. Once a magistrate or an official, I think it has to be a magistrate, asks the crowd to clear, the police now have an order to shoot to kill. Did you know that? Yeah.
There you go. Well, they shot rubber bullets, so I guess we should be thankful that they weren't, live ammunition.
Yeah. Well, like I said, if anyone's planning any protests there in the future, I would not be taking people to that place. I think you need to investigate a little bit more about that place before you think that, all right, under the guise that, yes, of our servicemen who fought for the country for what they believe, not because of the political thing at the time, but what they believe what they were doing was right, and people had the right intention to go, but it seems no one wanted them there, right? Which means that place is something else. I'm telling you, it really is.
I'm inclined to agree. You know, I mean, I hadn't been there, and I nearly looked at it too much. But when I look at this picture, I'm like, wow, there's a hell of a lot of symbolism. A hell of a lot of symbolism. The kind of symbolism people should be asking questions about. You know, like for instance, one thing I've noticed quite a lot, particularly around Victoria. You know, where you know I spent a lot of my previous existence, or my earlier years, perhaps it'd be a better term. I noticed there's a lot of war memorials that have very striking symbolism, including obelisks. They are all over the place. There always seems to be an obelisk to mark a place where somebody of the Masonic order has been. I did challenge a couple of people to go out to the gardens in Ballarat and have a look for all the obelisks and all the things that were written there. A lot of them associated with the Liberal Party. But I found very interesting how often war memorials also had obelisks on them. I'm like, what the fuck does ancient Egyptian monuments such as the obelisk have to do with, you know, people sacrificing their lives?
Well, I would actually prefer the word lay down their lives, right? I don't like that word. I don't like that word sacrifice much. I mean,
yes, yeah, no, you're right. Actually,
that really does.
They use too. That's the word the system uses. They lay down their lives. Yes, quite correct. Sorry.
Yeah. But even sacrifice has so many connotations to it. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's just but they did. They fought and died, but like I said, is it a memorial or is it a shrine? I mean, you've got to. Is it one or the other? You know?
Yeah.
Because inside of it is very interesting. I mean, it's got a lot of things that have nothing to do with anything of any, you know.
Well, if we look at it, you know, and again, you know, I'll bring this back up. You know, that's a better way. The Shrine Memorial. So they're saying it's a church of memory, in a sense. I guess if you look at it from the structure of the wording, the Shrine of Memorial. It's a memorial that we've enshrined, so to speak.
Well, one of the easily translated words, I think, from shrine is like when you go to Thailand or something. There are many shrines there, right? Which are another word for using other than temple, right? So the temple memorial, right?
Mm.
Yeah. Temple of what exactly? Because
Yeah.
anything that's square, it certainly has me, questioning, anything that's sort of squarey and boxy like that, I'll always question. And it does look a lot like some of them old things in around the world that were supposed to have been built and where they were and whatever, yeah.
Here we go, Washington Memorial. Notice the same structure, the Roman columns, same kind of, roofing there.
8 and all, that's right, yep.
Very fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah.
George Washington Memorial. Again, we see the same. Come on. There we go. We see the same Roman columns and the same pyramidal structure. All right. Now, I'll bring it a little bit closer to Townsville. Check this out.
Why don't they build that stuff anymore? You got to admit, the architecture's nice, but why don't they build that stuff anymore? I wonder.
It's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Look familiar? Masonic Hall, Roman columns, same triangular formation.
Not much different from the Townsville Choral Society, really. They got a little.
Well, I actually typed that in. It was a Townsville Masonic Hall. That was supposed to come up. I could actually go through. I have photos of it. I was just hoping that it would come up. You know what I need to do is add in little quotation marks, and there's a little lesson for people who are trying to refine a search and want to focus on Townsville. So we make it do that, and it still didn't fucking give me what I want. Sometimes it works.
So many old buildings. I find it hard to believe that how long has the British been here? Just over 230 years. Some of these buildings in this country look a lot older than 230 years.
Yeah, tell me about it.
And to what?
We're getting into the Tartaria thing. We might have to leave that for another episode because we
that's what I mean.
Dangerously close
that
to
is
4
a
hours,
big,
but
yeah.
Again, there's another Masonic Hall. There's the columns. There's the same triangular formation. And I reckon if you got the old mathematical protractor out, you would find that the degrees of the angles in these triangles would be exactly the same. There must be some kind of a reason for it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Know what I mean?
Yeah. There's reasons for everything.
So this is an abstract design, but again, they've got the columns, got the same sort of thing going on. Cairns Masonic Center. There you go.
Oh, that is odd, isn't it?
Here's another Masonic Center. Again, we've got the same sort of Masonic, same sort of thing. This one's got a high peak roof, rather, at different angles, but we're still using the Roman columns.
Where these buildings all...
The Duke Street Southport. I'm feeling this feels British to me. Again, a higher peaked triangle, but again, we still have the Roman columns. Very, very decorative. I'm not sure what you call these. Peaks at the top here. I'm not that well versed in construction, but and these windows are fucking huge. Massive windows when you think about it. That's really big.
Well, I was reading something the other day, I think, about the first glassworks wasn't put into most of these buildings that were here. Glass had to come from England, apparently, because we never had a real glassworks until well after the 1850s or something. Yeah. Oh, isn't that amazing, eh?
All these big buildings that came in, and this is intricate designs, and I mean, how many tools, bricks and mortar, and qualified people came along.
Apparently, there's a whole list of the things that came. They even had one camel, I think, whose name was Henry. And
they brought a camel.
Yes, one camel named Henry over with the first fleet and that. Yeah, strange that. And
who got to clean up after the camel? That must have been a great fucking job.
I don't know.
But anyway, I think the general public get the idea for, as we plant the seed for a future podcast where we delve deeper into these kind of structures.
Yeah.
But I think we should wrap it up here. I think we've
yes.
wrapped it on for quite an extensive period here. We've covered so much material, so many topics. Some great things. I hope everybody's really enjoyed it. I thought somebody was monitoring these comments, but sorry guys, it is hard to run comments and all this content at the same time. So please forgive me if I haven't given you all you 5, 10 minutes, 15 seconds of fame, however how fast I roll through this. But look, I want to thank Tracy for all her amazing work in finding so much of this good stuff that's come up today. Big thanks to Blackboard for coming out and with your extensive knowledge and, bringing some, the wordogen, where the white fella and the black fella and all fella coming together to work together. Sent me an email, Fiona. Cool. Thank you. Do you want me to look at that now? I'm guessing. Let's have a quick squeeze. What did Fiona send me? I do want to wrap it up, so I don't want to be here all day. Okay, yeah. So that's a link. I'll have a look at it a bit later, Fiona. I think we should wrap up today. It's been a huge show. Thank you very much. I will have a look at it though. Mud floods came from shit like heart. Previous round of text. That's an interesting concept, and something we will probably delve into in a future podcast because that kind of thing is very complex. Great Pyramid was built over 5 million years ago. It's a weapon. That's an interesting one. Doug, again, go ahead, please. Well, especially seeing you sent that at exactly 0000 hours, I would please encourage you to send me something on that because 5 million years is, wow, that's a long time. I'm definitely of the opinion that the pyramid, I'm guessing the Great Pyramid in Egypt was definitely older than they claim it is, and how it was created is another thing. That's another fucking episode unto itself. But hey Doug, man, if you've been diving into that shit and you've got a whole way of presenting it, please, by all means, put something together, drop me a line, let's have a look. I'd love to hear what you got to say. And the same goes for anybody. Whatever you've been looking at, if you've spent the last few years deep diving into an idea or a concept somewhere, fuck, man, don't keep it to yourself. Share that shit with the people. Come on, that's why we built this shit, because the lamestream aren't going to talk about that. You're just going to find yourself front and center on the cooker page, But fuck them people. We don't give a shit. They want to bury their heads in the sand and not give a shit. Or more power to them, or less power to them, because that's what ignorance brings. But come on, chuck it in. And I don't give a shit about your noise canceling earbuds. I reckon you're full of shit. Anyway, thanks everybody. Been greatly appreciative. Always good to have you here, Blackboard. And
thank you very much for the invite, Mark. Thank you, and good night, everybody. It was always enjoyable.
Definitely, man. We'll definitely get you back on to discuss great many other things. Particularly though, we didn't really dive too much into Indigenous issues as much as I'd like to, but we'll definitely do that in future podcasts. But hey, look, in the meantime, please consider becoming a Patreon. You know, the link is in the description. You know, you can find it on Patreon just by searching North Queensland Freedom Network. Come on, help us out. You know, if I get enough Patreons, I can give you the level of production that I'd like to give you. You know, we've got a GoFundMe for the Indigenous documentary or something else we'd like to get going. Blackboard, I feel like you've put that microphone too close to the speaker, man. Like, I'm just gonna mute you there, man, because it's fucking, that's killer. You know, all our shit. I thought there we go, muted. All our links here in the link tree. Definitely check that shit out. Drop me a line at nqfreedomnetwork@protonmail.com if you have anything you'd like to contribute. You want to come on the show, you know somebody who should be on the show, by all means, you know, bring that shit on. The more the merrier, because I didn't create this for me to sit here and just talk shit. I created it so that you could also come here and talk shit as well. So until next time, please do consider being a patron, because
hey man, I got 5 kids to feed. Take him to the dentist.
So I'd like to take them to the dentist maybe one day. You know what? I'll give you a little, you know, for those who haven't seen it before, here's a little bit of my previous band. I've started working on some new tunes, got some new software. Thanks to all those who have contributed. You know, I bought some amazing software, the Native Instruments pack, recently. So we're going to start looking into doing some more music. But here's a little taste of what I used to do, and it might give you an idea of what's going to come. Well, thanks heaps, guys. I hope you enjoyed this show. And by all means, keep asking the questions, because here's an early childhood moment that got me asking questions.
Why does the sun come up? Or are the stars just pinholes in the curtain of night? Who knows?
So until next time, actually, I don't know if I'll have time to do something Sunday. I'm gonna have to work, so don't get your hopes up. I might have something. I've got to work Saturday. Probably going to be working Sunday. Got to pay the bills. Got to afford to live in a labor drone society, because there's just not enough Patreons just yet to keep me away from the constant struggles of work. So until next week, I guess, same bat time, same bat channel, which is about as random as fuck. See you next time, and you make sure you be the best fucking human you can be.